But anyways, I don't know. The way I look at it is, eh, the more people. I mean, if he gets someone to sign up for the NRA or whatever, I mean, I think that's good.
Mhm. Well, I mean, that's what he said his plan is. He said, there's, you know, millions of gun owners, but only 5 million members.
Yeah, but imagine somebody taking that amount of influence and reach and promoting some of the groups that do other work. So it's great to get more people on the big one, but it's not the only option. But better to have, I guess, more people. Period.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I think. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Like that.
I have a reloading question.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
I was going to start reloading. What you call it? Not 9x18s.
Makarov?
Yeah. Is that a small primer?
Probably, but I don't know for certain. I've never reloaded it. I don't know if has Foo started reloading that yet?
I haven't started. I don't know who's reloading it yet, but I thought I'd give it a try.
Well, Foos, one of the guys who's a regular on here, he just bought one from Makarov, and he's a reloader. So there's a chance that he's already looked into it. They might have talked about it even. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. I'll ask him next time I see him.
Yeah, FUSS when he shows up in the feeds.
Yeah.
I'm assuming so. I mean, how could they cram a big primer in there?
Make it that's the thing. Actually, yeah, I was gonna say, the guy I know who had one, he cut down his own 9mm brass, so it uses the exact same brass. He just like cut the length down, which was really annoying because then the head stamps all say 9mm, but they're shorter. So if you do that, definitely be careful when you're shooting.
They'll usually mark them or something when they modify them. But is that because of necessity or economy, or do you know?
Probably just because it's cheaper, right? I mean, 9mm brass that just grows on trees.
Well,
and I think a lot of the stuff I've ever had from Makarov was steel. Might be another.
Yes, yeah. That's mostly what you can buy, and that, believe it or not, it's hard to buy around here. I managed to get hold of 2 boxes, and they're still casing.
So, but either way, I guess that kind of answers your question. If you're using regular 9mm brass, then you just use the same primers and stuff.
Yeah. Now I checked on is it Brunel's? Is that how you pronounce it?
Sure.
They sell a 9x18 brass.
Mm-hmm.
So I was thinking maybe going that route.
I've never, at least not for many years, I haven't seen Makarov ammo in any supply anywhere. It's just kind of the rare, or maybe a couple of shops will have a few boxes of it regularly, but for the most part, it's just not as plentiful as it was when it was all Cold War surplus ammo.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, I just thought, I'll just make myself a couple of boxes every time I need some,
Yep. Yeah, I think that's probably the way to go as far as, economical or whatever. Just make your own.
Yeah, I mean, because all I use, because I make my 45s, all I use is a little Lee hand press. To be honest with you, I sit here in front of the television, and I get myself into a little rhythm.
Well, that's interesting. Huh. I must have got some videos in January. Didn't do too well.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at the analytic kind of stuff, and I decided just to kind of go back. I'm looking at like watch time versus revenue, and they're damn near like exactly the same, except for some reason January my revenue is like way down compared to my watch time.
Weird. Usually it's the other way. Well, January, I was to say December, it'll usually be on the other side because that's when everybody's paying for a lot of ads. I'm not sure what happened in
Oh
January.
yeah, December. It's like the two dots are like almost on top of each other. Like it's almost exactly the same. I mean, I know the scales are different, but then the other ones are holding up fine. April's in the toilet because I've only done one video so far this month. But the views are also really low, so it makes sense that the revenue's low. I was just curious. I don't think I got swept up in the craziness. But as you know, I like to just keep track of this stuff on the spreadsheet. I hadn't done it in a while, so I was filling out some stuff.
Are you going to be up for a while, or are you just going to let this thing coast, or what are you going to do?
I'm going to let it run the whole time, yeah.
I mean, are you going to be awake for a while, or are you heading out?
Yeah, I'll probably be awake for a little bit.
I'm going to run to the store real quick. I got to get some tomatoes, and I still got an hour before they close, so I'm going to be right back.
That's weird. You're talking about stores closing, and I'm like, normally would be considering bed. Time zones are weird.
It's weird. It's only 8-something here, so.
Oh yeah, it was 11:20 here.
Anyway, I'll be back in a couple minutes. I'm just going to go get some
Alright.
fresh produce to eat.
Tomatoes.
Okay, DB. Buy one at a time.
Hey, Spaggy, did you read that thing I put up?
No, where? What are you talking about?
Side chat.
Oh, I don't. I didn't have this open. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, I guess so. You're talking about Matt's chat?
Yeah.
Yeah. He bugged out a while ago.
I didn't know what the fuck was going on after the time.
All right, I got to wait for the dog to go out. Did you guys see what happened to Bob's truck or hear what happened to Bob's truck?
No.
What happened?
He didn't ruin it, but he almost ruined it completely. Wiping out into somewhere in New Mexico, Albuquerque.
Shit.
Is that what he was talking about earlier when he said he was kind of having a shitty day?
Yeah, his back tire blew out and then blew out his whole whatever you call that quarter panel, his whole back end of his truck. The bed is ruined and all the trim fell off and the bumper's all bent. They must have probably blew a tire and then had it be like a whip, I imagine. I don't know if you've ever seen one of those things happen where the tire's still kind of attached, but it's just thrashing the shit out of everything around it.
I've seen it in NASCAR, but I would assume it's a similar thing.
Those cars probably blow up even more because they're made of plastic or something, I think. But yeah, it definitely looks like he just showed me a picture of it now, and it looks like he got in a wreck or something. But I guess it really fucked it up. He has to get a new bed. Well, on a pickup, the whole bed, you can probably disconnect the bed from the sidewall, right? And then just disconnect it, not unbolt it, but rip it all apart and then re-weld on the new side, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it is all one piece. Like the bed and the outside and everything, that's all one piece. But you can take it off the frame of the truck.
But it's probably
So
neat to get a whole new bed, but yeah.
sometimes you can just buy the quarter panel, that's it.
That's what I was thinking, because one of the junkyards when I was looking for parts lately, they were selling quarter panels, and I was like, oh, that makes sense, I guess. That way you can save some. I mean, with the unibody, you kind of have to, I guess, but even on something like that, probably save a little bit of money over buying a whole new bed. I don't know if the labor would be a pain in the ass, though.
4 bolts and a cherry picker.
Yeah, taking beds off is like 4 bolts. That ain't no big thing, as long as you can lift the damn thing out of there, yeah. But it's Bob, so he'll probably tie it to a big rock or a stump or something, unbolt it, pull forward.
Good as new.
Yeah, you're right. He will just tie it to a rock and then just drive real fast.
Be like, oh, I never thought that would have happened. Like, oh, no,
Put some syrup on it.
Daily Gun Show is a podcast now. It's now current.
Well,
Alright,
that should make people happy.
Doug's barking, so that means he's done pooping. I'm leaving.
That's it.
Come here.
But I don't wanna.
Were you screaming at me or what the fuck?
Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
looking at-
Knives, what the hell?
He's just looking at the moon, barking. To be a dick.
Bark at the moon. It's a pretty cool moon out there right now. It's all like big and orangey colored. At least in my area, it's orangey color. I don't know. Is that one of them things? It depends on like whatever the weather is like near you, or is like the whole world gonna see an orange moon tonight?
We're gonna get rained on, so I can barely see shit.
I bet you it's local. Because it's like whatever the atmosphere is what makes the light bend weird or something.
Do you guys have a moon out already? There's no moon out here. I'm just looking.
Oh yeah, it's a big old moon.
That's
It's
crazy.
a half hour to midnight, dude. It's like middle of the night.
It hasn't even risen yet here.
It's just kind of crazy to think. So let's see. So you're further that way where there's still sun. Yeah,
No,
I can see that. Like, because it's over here, and
There's
the
no
Earth is in the way.
But
So yeah.
It's that far away that the Earth is still in the fucking way. Fucking Kansas blocking our moon. All right, I'm leaving now.
All right.
But then again, flat Earth and all that. So the moon should show up at the exact same time for everybody.
So, flat earthers.
It's an interesting. I don't know, man. That's one of them things. It's like you gotta try real hard to just think that you're right, and you have to ignore a lot of different stuff. But there's something to it. People get this like conspiracy theory mentality where it's like the more people try and like give them evidence up, they can still just like in their
Ignore
own
it?
brain, they can just make up like, see, that proves it. They're hiding something. They're trying to cover it up. It's like, nah, dude. It's like that's just how it works. I don't know.
There's
I
a
saw
bunch
some-
of sheepdogs and one fucking wolf. That's what it looked like to me.
What? What are you talking about?
I know. I'm just saying it's a bunch of sheepdogs against one wolf. And the wolf wanted his own way.
Dog versus wolf. Okay, whatever.
Sorry, dude.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but I don't really care anymore.
I forgot what I was talking about.
Okay.
What were we talking about?
I don't know. Let's talk about guns. Guns are fun.
What is your show?
Man, everyone freaking must hang out in the after chats and stuff still.
That's some bullshit.
Because there was like 10 people in match chat. You'd think they should have jumped over into the lobby by now. I know Heavy stays up late. Maybe some of the other guys went to bed or something, but at least half of them should be over here right now. So,
I thought it was gonna be a good chat, but it ended up being like a fucking communist chat the whole time.
well, that's what made it a good chat, was talking to someone with a different point of view.
Uh,
But I don't know. I mean, I just jumped in near the end, so I don't really know. Just saw that a spot opened up, so I jumped over.
I just
What?
want to hear part 4 of that fucking story.
Okay, I have no idea what you're talking about, but that's fine.
Yeah.
I haven't much understood anything you've said so far tonight, so I'll just roll with it.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm kind of bummed out, man. So I'm going out of town this weekend, which okay, whatever, no big deal. But like I'm going out tomorrow because I have to get shit done before they like end production. But then I wasn't gonna have much to do until like Sunday. So I was looking at like Friday and Saturday, maybe checking out like a gun range or something out there and all this stuff. Like I was excited. I'm like, yeah, I'm out of town, but I won't like really have to go into work because they're like that's when they're doing stuff and they won't really need me. It's just when they're done they'll need me. Well, then I found out that I'm going out with this other guy I work with who's does like all the electrical and controls and stuff, and he will have stuff to do that time, which okay, fine, whatever. But then my boss was like, "Yeah, Ken was real happy that you're going to be out there also since you already got a car and everything, so he's just going to book the same flight as you." And I'm like, "What the fuck? Now I got to like I'm going to have to go into work every day because he's going to need the car? Like he can't rent his own fucking car, dude? What the hell?" So I'm pissed now. It's like I have to freaking hang out with him all week. He's a nice guy and everything. It's not that's not a problem, but just I like being out of town when I at least like have my own car and stuff.
What an a-hole.
Yeah.
Cheap
Well,
bastard.
you know, it has nothing to do with him. It's kind of it just I don't know because he's not cheap because he doesn't care. The company will pay for it either way, and it's probably in the budget for them to pay for it either way. But I just know he'd rather have someone else do stuff than him have to do it. So it's just like a comfort thing. If he doesn't have to worry about it, then so I don't know, and it's fine, whatever. It just kind of sucks because now it's like I'm gonna have to be at work, and if he still needs to stay late and I want to go, well, I can't because his ride. And then also, if I end up staying late and he doesn't feel like being there, I know he's freaking he gets cranky about that shit. He did that last time we were all out of town together, and it's like, dude, fucking get your own thing then, and then you can leave whenever you want. Like you're a grown adult. I'm sorry that my work doesn't start until late afternoon, and then I stay till like late at night. That's just how it works. But that's
Where are you going to be located?
same place I've always been going.
Ah, when are you going to go up north?
The following weekend.
Hope you have fun, man.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be awesome. Truck full of guns, good friends, beer and bonfires. Bullets, beer, and bonfires. That's gonna be the weekend.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Release your super smeg.
I don't know what that means, but okay. Oh man.
Hey, are you going to get a new toy?
Eventually. I should probably call my dude and see what's up with that. I kind of forgot to. I always think of it late at night, and then I forget about it. Maybe I can like write him an email or something. I might do that. But anyways, yeah, I don't know exactly what's going on with that. I'll get it eventually. Because I guess he's got to talk to like the other gun shop and give him like fax over a copy of his FFL or whatever. And when they probably talked to him, and then he was like, "Wait, that's for who? What the fuck are you talking about?" So I feel bad. I think he knows me by name. I don't know. Whatever. the fuck was that email? I get so many fucking emails. Ridiculous. I like to keep most. Oh, here it is. Compose mail. Oh, man, so what's up with you guys?
I'm about to go to the bar right now with my brother.
That sounds fun.
Yep. Pretty much it. What's up, Joe?
How are you, buddy?
Good. How you enjoying Florida?
A lot. It's what, beginning of April, and I'm sitting on my balcony with a glass of wine and a cigar, and I'm wearing shorts. That's not normal for me, so it's rather nice.
Puff Puff Give.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Ah, man, I remember those.
How are you guys doing?
Chilling.
Nice.
Got any new toys yet?
Not yet. I need to either establish residency here or in another pro-gun place before I can do that. But once I do, and I get the finances in order, I will be purchasing some very nice toys for myself.
Good luck with that.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Right now, I'm keeping my options open, though, in terms of location. My rule is that I don't want to wind up anywhere anti-gun in the United States. And if the opportunity opened up in Europe to go for a little bit, I would take it. Not forever, but just for a little bit.
Have to leave your guns behind.
Yeah. But I'm hoping, I'm honestly, as much as I love Europe, I'm kind of hoping that I can find a place in the USA. It wouldn't be permanent, it would just be for a bit. But still. Just a quick question. In terms of these chat rooms, what is the maximum number that one of these chat rooms can be?
10 people.
10.
10.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're so very welcome.
But I think it was G-Web said there is a way to tie two together.
Gotcha.
But God knows
kind
how.
of, but it's not. That's that you would have to like be streaming one from like with a different software, and then set up a second one, and then have someone like in both of them on two different browsers and stuff. Like You could kind of rig it and get it to work, but I don't know that it would work the best.
10 people's probably yeah, that's a good number.
It's enough for people to be talking over each other. See, and what would happen is, like, let's say you set up a second one and you join that, and then you just had like your speakers next to your microphone or whatever. So the people in the other room would like hear all of us in this room, but then when they
Oh, I
started
get what you're
talking, it
saying.
would like talk over the people in this room. Like
Mm.
it'd be hard to tell who was doing what.
Understood. That's interesting, but yeah, 10 people I think is, and that's probably a very good amount of people. I think any more than that would probably be, like you said, difficult to have a good discussion.
Yeah. Especially because sometimes people get a little bit of lag. I know it happens to me sometimes where I'll start talking and then I realize like I'm talking over someone, but it's like I didn't hear them at first, so I wasn't trying to be rude. I just didn't know that they were saying stuff yet. And then when it comes through, I'm like, oh, sorry.
No, it's difficult in general on these on when you're having like a live chat. I think because you never know when someone's actually quite finished or not. And you never really know when someone actually wants to say something because most of those things are indicated by body language when you're talking in person, and that's why this is kind of it's difficult sometimes. I even feel bad sometimes, like if I'm like about to say something and I'm not sure if someone's finished or anything else like that.
Well, hey, Smeggy, I'm glad it was only 10 on that chat earlier. If I would jumped in, I was going to go tell him to fuck himself.
Yeah, that one was interesting. I missed some of it, but it was interesting.
Oh, something happened?
Yeah, Matt had this guy on who was like pro-communist and was all like, it's the working class and again, the ruling class is bad and blah blah blah. And we're like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
And all our history books are lies.
Gotcha.
Yeah, because G-Webs was like, oh, so you mean, the only way communism works is when, you kill off the millions of people who disagree with you and then they all work. And he's like, no, it didn't happen. And it's like, what?
Well,
You can't just say it didn't happen. It fucking
didn't happen. Oh, okay. That's pushing it a little.
And his
a little
excuse
far.
was the population of like the USSR increased every year. Therefore, they didn't kill off a bunch of people. Like, no, they could have just killed off less people than babies were born. And then, secondly, which was brought up, is that during that whole time period, they were also like conquering new countries like every year. So then all those people got added into the population. So if you look at it as a whole, you say, oh yeah, the population went up by X amount every year. But it's because they killed off some babies were born, and they took over a country.
So it depends on what you're.
Yeah, they went up, but
it depends on what you're exactly referring to, I suppose, because like, so there was the Soviet. So actually, it's funny. I had a very interesting discussion with friends of mine who were like either in Soviet Union or in like, Soviet bloc countries. But like, for instance, like Poland and Czechoslovakia and etc. For a while, I actually thought that those were part of the Soviet Union, but they were not. They were Soviet satellite countries. So they were technically their own countries, but technically is the key word there, if you know what I mean. They would not dare go against a word said by, Moscow. So that's one point. But to say that under Stalin that people did not die in absurd numbers in the Soviet Union is absurd. That's absurd.
That's basically what he was saying, and his justification was their population increased every year.
No, he was a psychopath. Stalin, his policy of basically turning an agrarian country, right, onto an industrial country, right? That in theory that's fine, right? But like all, fantastic dictators as they are, he decided he was going to do it now, right? And not accommodate anybody or or accommodate for time or the leg or anything else like that. And basically, because of that, millions of people starved to death. And that's just the starvation. That's not even including the people that he killed just out of pure paranoia, or just kind of because he wanted to.
Total
You know,
lies. Total lies. That's what he told us.
No, yeah, he would have lists, right, where he would be sitting there and, of people, and he would check off names. And those names that he checked off would go to, Siberia, to the gulags, or would just be killed by, depending on the period, either NKVD or, KGB, sent away. And there were times where he would be checking off names, and he would write a note and say, I'm not satisfied with the number today. 1,000 more tomorrow. I don't care who. I will pick random people. It doesn't matter. But I guess that's just all made up now, isn't it?
Well, according to this guy, yeah. And that's where the disconnect was, and that was near the end of the conversation. All that, so it was kind of one of those like, well, if you're just not gonna, and that's where it's like, well, if you don't want to look at that part of history, like, you're just gonna ignore that part, then that's what he's like, well, your history books are wrong. It's like, it's one of those, whatever. I'm just gonna wash my hands of that one because
was he from Russia or like ex-Soviet bloc or something like that?
I don't know. I didn't hear the first part of the chat. I don't think so. He sounded American.
Hmm.
He just thinks we'd be better if we weren't, free market and democracy. Because somehow that's bad or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know this whole thing. I just kind of jumped in and was like, "What's going on?"
Well, at
least he was pro-gun, kind of.
I know. I wouldn't say I've met my fair share of communists. I know people who, I know a lot of people who kind of lean that way. And their thing is usually they'll at least admit that that's what happened, but they'll say, well, that's it gone wrong. I personally believe that something like that, any kind of massively when you basically centralize the government to have unlimited power with one or at least a small group of people who kind of make the decisions. Yeah, if everyone there is all, minded towards the people and they're all, very charitable people and not self-interested, yeah, sure, it could work during that time, I guess, kind of, sort of. But the thing is that once you have someone in that position, and it's inevitable, it's human nature, where self-interest takes over, no. Then no. And the thing is, there's no checks and balances. There's nothing to stop them from kind of doing exactly what they want. So if what they want to do is enact, self-centered policies and kill a bunch of people, well, then that's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, I just think it's I don't know. It was one of those. Of course, everyone wanted a turn. Everyone was jumping in and stuff. So it was kind of hard to get somewhat of a word in. Which, okay, that's fine. But
once you're going to say that Stalin and others did not kill,
people that disagreed with them.
Yeah, that's nonsense.
So here's something that I don't know. Again, I'm not going to try and just relive the conversation with him because, for one, it's not fair. He's not here to defend himself,
right.
And for two, I don't really know his whole full position because I missed some of it. So I'll just go my own thing. I truly think that I don't know if you want to call it that, but like a communist / socialist type of thing, a type where the group is more important than the individual. That type of thing can work in small groups. Like if everyone's truly like they've all voluntarily agreed to do what's best for the group, and okay, I'm a good farmer, so I'll give you all food, and you're really good at doing this, so you do that for the group. And you're the best person that knows how, computers work, so you're going to build us all computers and give us free computers or whatever, like pooling resources. I honestly think it can work, but it's always like on a small scale, and the most important part being voluntary. Because if people aren't on board with that type of mentality, then it's not going to work because it's really hard to force people.
Right. Well, you see, that's the thing. The essence of every communist country to date has been a centralized government where pretty much there's the one party, the Communist Party, and they control everything. Right? And the thing is that people, human beings, all of us, we're all corruptible. You know what I'm trying to say at the end of the day. You know, I mean, some less than others, and some, you know, maybe the very, very vast few are not, you know, very corruptible at all. But for the most part, when you leave power to a centralized entity, I don't care if it's, you know, communistic or whatever, it doesn't really, you know, at the end of the day, there's going to be self-interested people who are going to do things in their own self-interest. And
right. And that's the thing. And I don't think it will ever work well on even a country scale.
So now here's the issue. Now, if you want to talk about it in pure economics, the thing that a communism takes out of an economy is the concept of just general competition, right? So pretty much you can do whatever and I can do whatever, and we'll still, like, you know, there's really no chance of you know, really progressing. Like, what you'll get is like in the Soviet Union, they would give out what was called gramota. I actually have one back in New York. My buddy from Ukraine gave me his father's. They're like little banners. That was like your reward for doing well. You know what I'm trying to say? Like a little
trophy.
It's kind of exactly that. When I come back, I'll take a picture. It's like it's yeah. Actually, when I'm back, I'll even take a picture of this sign. In this like Soviet style bar that I frequent back there, and it says something along the lines of "Gramota put komunizmas," and it's like that means like the gramota, right? The rewards are the path to communism. You get what I'm saying? That these like these participation trophies, that's pretty much exactly what they were. That's actually a good way to put it, is like the path to communism. You get what I'm trying to say? But most people aren't going to bust their ass for a little banner and a pin. You know what I'm trying to say?
Well, and that's why it doesn't work on small scales. But I'm like,
well, no, on a
you
large
can see
scale.
that on large scale. Yeah, that's right. So like the whole thing, like back in the day with like the monks and shit, they didn't own anything. Like the church had all the stuff, but they ate food every day and they taught people stuff, or they did whatever they did, and like, you know, that, and it worked. Everyone shared, and it was fine.
You also have to wonder what is the individualistic quality of life. You know what I'm trying to say? Like for me, for example, I'm always trying to personally at least push myself to go further and further and further. And, you know, a lot of the things I do are personal, but like, for instance, career-wise, you know, I mean, things that, for instance, you know, would at the end of the day, you know, have a benefit for other people, not only myself, you know, I probably wouldn't pursue those as heavily if I was going to just get paid the exact same fucking amount regardless.
Well, and that's why people, like, that's why companies a lot of times will do like a profit sharing kind of thing. Like, I work for a medium-sized company. There's 30 of us in the office, about 30 other in the field, and I split my time half and half. Well, more in the field nowadays, but it used to be not as much. Anyways, well, the thing is, if I save my company money by like getting a big project and like coming in under budget and stuff, at the end of the year, I'm going to get a bigger bonus check. Now, everybody shares in that. So the guys in the office that didn't bust their ass in the field, they're also getting more money. But I'm okay with that because it's like I'm still getting something because the company's giving back.
Right, exactly. And that's also more along the lines of, when I say more about the benefit of others as well, is it's like, you know, you moving towards your career, right? You may, you know, innovate. Maybe, who the hell knows, you'll start your own business just out of, at the end of the day, it's because you want to make more fucking money, right? You're not going to break your ass and start your own business just because of the fact, you know, I mean, some people are like this, but that's the vast minority. You know what I'm trying to say? I mean, for me, under communism, I would happily just run a fucking bar or something like that, and that's it. You know what I'm trying to say? I would not have, gone to university and gotten my accounting degree. I certainly would not be bothering with my fucking CPA or anything else like that if we lived in a communistic society,
Right, because there's no reward of doing better than your neighbor because you're both getting the same thing.
Right. But at the end of the day, like I said, and I work for a very large company and everything else like that. But, fact of the matter, at the end of the day, the work that I put towards this very large company, and many people, like I said, whether it be like you say, you work in a medium-sized company, I work in a large company, etc. That all goes towards employing people, and the bettering of the company and the bettering of certain things also does, at the end of the day, it benefits large amounts of people, whether it be solely in terms of the company itself creates innovative products or hires more people, or it's an infinite list. You know what I'm trying to say? So when you introduce a communistic society, it's not that completely disappears, but a lot of people, many people, aren't going to be too interested in doing things for this benefit of society. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, they're going to be like, well, I'm going to make the exact same amount. I'm not going to get compensated. I'll get a little pin or something like that if I do that well. But at the same time, my family and, everything else like that will be the exact same off regardless. So I don't really care too much. So I'll just kind of fly under the radar, do my thing, and that's it. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
I mean, look, the last true communism that exists today, and even that's in ways sort of slipping, is North Korea.
Yeah.
I don't know about you. I don't know about you, but I don't think I'd want to live there.
No. In fact, it's kind of funny. I was just watching a thing earlier. NASA just put out this like composite of the world at night, showing all the city lights and stuff.
And they're dark.
It was pretty neat. But I was watching it, and I have seen this before. But when you look at like South Korea and then North Korea right there, it's just black at night.
Black,
like, there's no freaking lights in that whole country.
So it's black, and you'll see that little dot, right? And that's Pyongyang. That little dot that actually has electricity is Pyongyang. That's the capital. That's where the elite live in North Korea.
Right, and everything else is pitch black.
Yeah, and even they deal with power issues and such. But it's actually, so if you live in Pyongyang, the capital of North Korea, that's like a great privilege. That means that you or your family has shown, like, very strong party dedication, things like that.
Yep.
And what they have is probably not even, honestly, the people living very poorly in the United States probably have more than they do.
That dude was saying he not only wanted to go visit there, which he says is a possibility, he said he would live there.
In North Korea?
Yeah.
I missed that part. Well, have fun, dude.
So I would personally, I'm a bit out of my mind, I suppose. I would love to visit for the, because I find the place utterly fascinating. But I wouldn't, because that would be a little dangerous. And also, you would never actually see the true country. You know what I'm trying to say? They kind of have this thing that they do when they bring you there. So they
you don't get to just wander around wherever you want.
No.
It's like
so if you wanted to go,
all that is that's our propaganda, that you can just walk around North Korea. I'm like, okay, just cite any example.
No, that's not true. That's not even, so if you wanted to go to North Korea tomorrow, and I'm not saying any of you guys, or maybe you would, I don't know, but if you did,
I would go there, but not because I love the shit. I just want, like you said, I want to see how it looks. I'm curious, that's all.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, I would, especially right now, I wouldn't go. But the thing is that even if I was offered to go there, and under utter safety, I suppose, if, I don't know, some entity said, you'll be safe, you'll come back
You
just
went with
fine.
Dennis Rodman or something.
you see something like that, but you still never see it because the thing is that so you can go the main tour group that takes you to North Korea is called Koryo Tours, right? The thing is that it's one of the most regimented tour kind of things in the entire world, and the fact that they'll take you to this like one luxury-ish hotel in Pyongyang, and they actually have, you can see, like a border outside of the hotel, and it's literally like you ever go to a hotel and you know how they have like the car parking area, right? You don't step outside of there. You're not permitted to step outside of that area. Everything you do is you are taken around by your minders and your guides and everything else like that, and they show you pretty much the fake version of North Korea. You know what I'm trying to say? It's all a stage. It's all staged. Everything that they do is say it's not real. It's not authentic, even a little tiny bit. And that's the reason I wouldn't want to go. It's all staged, and the thing is that it gives money and it's profit. It profits the government at the end of the day, and that government is one of the most evil governments on the face of this earth currently. So I would not want to give them any money.
Would you sneak in to get an authentic experience?
Oh, I would totally sneak in to get the death camp experience, exactly, if I survived. That's exactly what I would get. Oof. Yeah, to say that you can just, tell them to book a tour then, you know. Okay, then if this is how you feel, then go ahead, you know, and you'll see how it really is. But the thing is, you have to tell this person, okay, you're going to go there though, but you have to go wandering around. And when they tell you no, you've got to like, you know, ask them, wait a minute. No, I this is a communist paradise, right? I have to be able to go wandering around and see what's going on here, sort of a thing. So
G did tell him to go visit.
Right, like I said, I wasn't trying to, like I said, spark up the conversation when he's not here to defend himself. And again, I did miss some of it, but it was still just kind of interesting.
Well, it was interesting to say the least.
It's interesting. It's just that, you know, like it's you cannot just say like, oh yeah, you can go to North Korea and just walk, because that's just not. It's just not true. It's factually not true. It's just, you know. I understand the person's, and I would, if the person was here, I would totally let them, speak their points and everything. But to say that, yeah, you can go to North Korea and just walk around and it's fine, and that, that's just utterly and completely not true. In fact, it's actually
evidence to any place that's ever happened. There's only a couple of instances, and like you say, they're walked around given a censored version of it, and that's all we've ever seen. So there
are actually legitimate tours, and they go on consistently. But the thing is that those tours are insanely censored, right? Like you literally are given your minders that you're like government issued, minders. They follow, and you are not allowed to even remotely do a thing outside of what they tell you to do. If you do, generally speaking, they'll throw you out of the country. But if you do something that's particularly ticking them off, we've all heard of the stories where the people kind of get arrested there for trying to overthrow the regime, or whatever the hell that exact charge that they put against the people is, and they throw them in labor camps. So yeah, no, I'm good. And also to say, like I said, if the individual is going to actually sit there and say that, for instance, Stalin did not kill millions and millions of his own people through, just his policies, A, and B, his own decisions, that's ridiculous. That's absurd.
That's just a bastardized version of history that we've been taught, though.
Yeah, well, that's why I was wondering where he maybe grew up, because for instance, in Russia, they teach even today certain things from what I've heard from people I know who did grow up there, that are just you know, like for instance, they claim that, you know, the Winter War, Talvisota, the war between Finland and Russia, which was started by the Soviet Union, they claim that Finland, little country Finland, actually started that war, which is just utterly and completely not true. So, you know, that's the thing. That's why I was wondering where the dude grew up, because maybe he like heard that, maybe he was taught this propaganda when he was a kid or something like that.
Like when I was listening to him, I was thinking, if it's so fucking great, what in the hell are you doing living here?
Yeah, that's a question a lot of people, I guess, don't really have a good answer to now, do they?
Well, I'm sure he would have said something like he's got to fight the fight where it matters or something, or so I can change it here or some shit.
No, I mean the world's a big place. I mean, you know, if they're not down with, you know, the whole American individualism and stuff like that, my advice is go somewhere else. You know, there's lots of awesome countries that don't hold individual freedom to the same standard that we hold individual freedom. You know, so
you can go to another country and complain about us, but you're not going to go to another country and complain about being there as often or as easy as you can here. You know, if you went to Cuba and was like, oh, wait a minute, this isn't what I thought it was going to be, I'm going to speak out against it on the chat room. I don't know if that's necessarily a thing.
I mean, it depends. I guess where you are, but like, so for example, right? I mean, like I've been, you know, few places in Europe and things like that, and you know, I love Europe for a lot of reasons. I think that they're awesome places, but
That's because you're anti-gun.
I hate guns. I'm just here to spy on you guys. Bloomberg sent me. But what was I going to say? There's one thing that this country has that that you don't really have other places, and it's not that in other countries and like, you know, in Europe and stuff, that they don't have individual freedom, because they do, right? It's just that in most other countries, the collective is put first and the individual is put second from my perspective, from my limited perspective. That's what I've seen. And here, the individual is put first and the collective is second. I tend to prefer that way. That's just me, maybe.
Well, and that's the thing that, you know, it's one of those things that, what the hell is that thing called? Like, what's good for the goose is good for the gander or whatever. Like, when you let people do what's good for them, you end up, like, and everybody does that. If everyone is making themselves better, society as a whole will get better, because everyone's working to make themselves better. You don't need some magic person at top saying, okay, you do this, you do that, you give me this, you give that person that.
Oh,
Like,
sure.
you don't need that control.
You reach my daddy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, look, I'm not, and that's the thing, I'm not even saying, you know, like you know, certain European countries where, again, it's not that they don't care about the individual. I'm not claiming that at all, because they definitely do. It's just that comes second to the benefit of the collective, and they work fine. These countries, you know, like there's plenty of countries in Europe that work that way, and they do function just fine, and the people there are very happy, and I think that that's awesome. However, me personally, I prefer to have maximum individual freedom, and
Right, and they're also not full-on communists either. Like,
no, not even. No,
even though
that's
their
not
stuff
communist.
might be more.
That is not. No. Again, the only true communist country which exists to this day that I could think of is North Korea. That's like the only true communist country that
It isn't
exists.
even communist, it's fascist. So that one guy runs everything. In true communism, it's a bunch of happy people living together, and then a couple of people are tasked with running the state. But that isn't like people get to participate and have any decision making. They're subject.
Oh, I'm not talking theoretical communism, because technically, I mean, theoretically.
Because I mean, Cuba's communist also, and they go around saying they're communist, right? Like they don't.
Well, so for instance, even China, is still considered a communist country. Like the only party in China that you could really join is for the most part, from my understanding, is the Communist Party, and that's the case in most of these countries. However, it's not really communist because there is private business. People do retain their own wealth and, you know, things like that. At least some people do.
But it's still, I actually saw a thing on, what was that? The Prophet, which is an interesting show. I like it. Anyways, dude goes in and like saves businesses and whatnot and puts his own money in it, whatever. Anyways, he went to Cuba and he was like talking to small business owners that were trying to make it work. But the problem is you have to get permits from the government in order to like open a restaurant and stuff. And he was like, well, why don't you just like do this and this? Like your profits will be better and blah, blah, blah. And they're like, we can't. Like we would, like we have extra money and we have the customers, we have the demand. Like we would love to open up a bigger store and all this stuff, but we're not allowed to. We're only allowed to have this piece. And then the other thing, he went and talked to like this farmer who the farmer loved the communist thing because the government basically told all the restaurants they have to buy their food from him. So he's like, all right, cool. So he sells them like all their stuff. And now it's at a set price, so he doesn't get to pick the price. And about half of his crops he sells to these restaurants or whatever that are forced to buy from him. And then the other half he sells at like a little local market for like 3 times the price. Because like the demand is actually a lot higher than what the government is, you know,
yeah. So
set it at.
that's how these things kind of start, right? So like for instance in North Korea, that's what you would call kind of, it's their version, I guess, of like the black market, if that makes any sense, right? Because it's like technically everything that's supposed to occur is supposed to occur, you know, from the government, within the government, and everything else like that. And if you withhold your own stuff and you start selling it on the side, like as you're saying, for like, you know, much higher profit, that's under, like for instance, in North Korea, that was illegal for a very, very long time. And from my understanding, they either decriminalized it or they recently just turned a fucking blind eye to it. And they're just kind of like, whatever, we're not even going to pay any mind to this anymore because it's just going to happen, kind of a thing. I you know.
As long as you're still giving some of your stuff to the government or whatever.
Or the vast majority.
Yeah, the vast majority. And yeah, they did something about honey. Apparently in Cuba, like if you have honey, it's like fucking amazing because the people, like the beekeepers and stuff, they're forced to sell all of their honey to the government, and then the government only puts out like a couple of jars a week kind of thing. Like they just have warehouses of honey for whatever reason. I don't know why that one product is a thing, but there's like they've created a shortage. And they talk to the beekeepers and stuff. They're like, dude, we got honey coming out our ass, but we only get 10 cents a jar for it. So what's the point of putting in new hives? We're not going to make any money on it. So like they could be making a whole lot more. And obviously the demand's there because the people are willing to pay crazy amounts to buy a jar of honey. But because they're forced to sell it to the government for 10 cents a jar, there's no incentive to make more of it.
Right, and therein lies the major issue with communism, period, as we were saying before, it's the incentive.
I think there's a thing that lies next to that I tried to bring up in the chat with that guy at the end, but Matt was cutting it off already, so we were going like over an hour, I think. But there's no innovation. If you don't have any individual like ability to create, and if there's no like stimulus or like any reward or whatever, or like any just personal satisfaction, unless you're like a few of the key players in the party who get contributed with the innovations, it just lays flat. So, you know, they copy, they can see what somebody else created and then reproduce it really good. But they're not out there creating new inventive things to solve problems that the party doesn't acknowledge. And that's where you get stifling of innovation and tech and growth.
Yes. That's exactly true, and that's exactly what I was referring to. Like I said, if the only thing you're going to get is the gramota, the little banner, is and a little certificate, I don't think you're gonna care too much. If I had to bust my ass for 10 years to create an awesome product, and all I was going to get was a banner and acknowledgement and such like that, I don't really think I would.
Well, look at the dude who invented Tetris. He died poor.
Yeah, most
He
of
invented like the coolest video game ever, and he died poor because he never got anything for it.
No, because there's some people who will. Some people just do this shit for the fuck of it. You know what I'm trying to say? But the vast majority of people won't. It's just as simple as that. They won't.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he did it just because he was trying to learn computers better and whatnot. I mean, it was when computer programming and stuff was still pretty new, and he was just messing around and wanted to do something that entertained himself and whatnot. But then the government took it over and freaking licensed it all over the place. So the government got a bunch of money off of Tetris, but the guy who actually invented it didn't get a penny for inventing
And that
the
was
thing.
an example that we are aware of, right? But think about how creative and innovative that was, and then think about how many that the party didn't acknowledge. That, and if they're, you know what I'm saying, if even if you're not aware of ones that get stifled, if you don't see that being a something that's valued, then why would you ever pursue it? So in other words, if
Exactly.
you're going to have an environment where there's no appeal to being creative or to innovate or to come up with a new thing, if that's hindered, then why would you ever become that kind of person? Here, we're all told there's a dream. There's this American dream. You can move from class to class, and this guy's fixated on class. That's a whole nother way to talk to this guy about his freaking class theories or whatever, but he's convinced that there's like worker class and ruler class, and
you're stuck.
What, based on where you're born?
But yeah, I mean, if you live in a country where it is fixed, then yeah, why do you even live? You're gonna look at their literature and shit. They're like mopey as shit because they got no reason to live. All they can do is live in their own minds and, you know, maybe have a relationship with another person, but they can't aspire to really do things that are huge. They just, that's not a trait that's that's enhanced or that's encouraged.
It's fostered within the society.
Yeah, like that. We grow up knowing no matter what the fuck. Look at our fucking presidents and our freaking what do you call them, judges, and some of our other representatives in our party, if you want to call it that. Those people didn't get elected or like didn't give a good enough blowjob to some guy and got it. They earned it. They went for it, and that's encouraged. And everything in business, I mean, the whole capitalist thing, all the business innovations, fuck, we lead the fucking world in business because we were free to do that.
Right. Well, and there's a thing, I don't remember the numbers exactly, but when you're talking about like, people always talk about like the 1%, like, oh man, every year the 1% has all this money, blah, blah, whatever. Well, there's some stat that talks about like the number of people that make it like into the 1% every year and the number of the people that drop out of the top 1% every year. Like their businesses fail all the time and people end up going bankrupt. And there are other people that started something and they didn't, they used to make $50,000 a year, and now they make a couple million a year. Like they skyrocket into the 1%. So yeah, as a whole, like the 1% is getting more money and the lower 99 has less, but that's not the same people year after year in that 1%. It's a different number of people every year.
Good point. And in communism, of course, it's the same people unless they die or violently overthrown. They're there permanently. You got no option to grow to that unless you do something favor.
Right. And that's the same thing with even like going on the opposite side, the people of poverty or whatever. There's only, I wish I knew the numbers. I don't. So I'm not even going to try and make them up. But like there is a small number of people that like lived below the poverty line that their kids also like stay below the poverty line. Like, you talk about like whatever, different neighborhoods that are like always poor or whatever. And yeah, sometimes kids that are born to poor parents, they end up being poor their whole life. They die poor, whatever. Some of the times that happens. But the vast, vast majority, if it's not the parents themselves getting outside the poverty line eventually, their kids end up living above the poverty line. Like it's so easy to be like from the poor and getting up above that line. I mean, it takes work. I shouldn't say it's not like super easy, but like there's no dude with a gun saying no.
There's no intrinsic restriction in terms of, for instance, when he's saying when you're talking about a class system, that's a bit of of nonsense, because I mean class systems historically, right? It's like you were born into, you know, for instance, the peasant class or the merchant class, or you know the you know, whatever, the military, be it knight or whatever kind of class. Most of the time, you stayed within that class. You know what I'm trying to say? Like 99.99999% of the time, maybe not that extreme, but you know what I'm trying to say.
Very much close to that, though. I mean, it's not a system that's designed to let people jump classes.
No, you're not supposed to. Technically, you're in the great rarity if you do.
Let me just break in. Dano was asking where Matt got that guy. I think that Matt did a video and the guy offered, and then Matt took him up on it. I think that's where he came from, but I'm not 100% certain. I think Matt just said something in a video one time, and this guy contacted him. But it's from West.
Well, that's pretty cool. Well, that just shows, you know, we are open to talk to people. But
yeah, no, I mean, look, there's nothing wrong with talking to people. Sorry.
So I just wanted to correct myself real quick for the record, but 64% of people born in the poorest fifth of society raise out, and 11% raise all the way up to the top.
They also don't include the fact that you can immigrate and emigrate from here, right? You can come here and leave here pretty much at your will. I mean, obviously within reason, but that's not the same in every country. So some of these countries that lock their borders down and say, fuck you, we're trying to grow our own ranks here. You don't have that, people coming in. So yeah, like you're saying, people might come in super ass poor. I mean, all our grandparents, if they immigrated, probably did. Very few rich people come over, right? At least back in the day. So like you say, they're going to struggle and do their thing so that their next generation can be better off. And that's not like there's people getting poor every day. I mean, I acknowledge there are people that lose money, but for the most part, I think a lot of our, the way that it works is people come in kind of poor, and then the next generation is better off. The next generation is better off. And there's a reason to grow and climb, and there's a way, you know, you can make a better life for your kids. So that's a dynamic that you don't have in those other, not every other country. And he doesn't want to, he didn't get into that at all.
Well, so basically, how to put it, I suppose. Well, the great thing is that if you think about it right, on a societal perspective, it works. But think about it also as an individualistic perspective, right? I don't know about you guys, but aren't you happy knowing that you can kind of do whatever the fuck you want, and if you break your ass hard enough, you would be. Nothing's guaranteed, and you know that's kind of a good thing. Who the fuck would want every little thing guaranteed? If you put in X amount of time, you will get exactly this. You know, but the fact that you can break your ass and work towards getting to, I mean, really whatever the hell you want. You know what I'm trying to say? Isn't that a wonderful thing? Even from, I mean, at the end, everyone tries to focus on the society. But what about how individual people just kind of feel?
Yeah,
you know, I mean,
If you're feeling like you're on a groove in a record player, and the only option you have is to wait for the good parts of the song, or knowing that you can flick and change to a CD or to a tape, or
yes, exactly. For me, my thing is I love to enjoy life. That's the reason I do everything I do, is because it makes me happy. You know, and if I lived in a society where there were restrictions on what I can do for the benefit, fuck that. I couldn't do it. Honestly, it would make me miserable. You know,
I think it's ultimately a cynical way of life. You know, they assume everyone's out to get you. As soon as you're rich, you're out to get the poor. You're out to take it, you know, out on the poor somehow. You got
that's nonsense.
And
that's nonsense.
Struggle and work, and you're not guaranteed. So there's almost no point. To me, it just seems like somebody who's butthurt because they don't already have, and they can.
Nothing is guaranteed.
They can champion a system that will just dish it all out and make it all even. It's for people that aren't ambitious, people that are cynical.
Yeah, and look, like I said, for me, it's about, like I said, at the end of the day, if people ask me personally, my motivations, it's my happiness. I try to take joy personally in everything I do. I mean, am I always successful in that? Not necessarily, but a lot of the times I am. I'm relatively happy and such like that. You know, doing all my little languages and my business type, you know, ventures and all the other fucking nonsense that I engage in, you know, and a lot of it, you know, does have to do with the fact that I know that, you know, for instance, okay, if I, you know, for instance, because I'm involved in music, you know, I love to just make music for the hell of it, but I love the idea that I can potentially take a music project and bring it to its maximum effectiveness. You know what I'm trying to say? Or you know, for instance, any kind of business that I might decide to open up.
Or that you can practice and learn and enjoy an instrument, but you aren't told what to play. Like you're not
Right. Right,
required.
but also that I have the option to take this thing and how to put it, I can become successful monetarily with this thing potentially. And I'm not an idiot. I realize, you know, for instance, with something like music, how difficult it is to become, you know, wildly successful with something like that. But even the fact that I could make some money from that potentially, maybe, who the fuck knows, you know?
Well, there's a difference between like being a superstar, you know, world known or something, and then how many musicians are there in this country that can, with their own weird, you know, individual type of music, are making a living, or just having a thoroughly enjoyable life.
Yeah, no, right, exactly. But the fact that, and that's the thing, but it's the fact that even the people who are just making a living with their shit, the fact that they have the option to take it to the point where they could possibly become a fucking superstar and be making, even though it's a tiny chance. See, people I think have that misunderstanding. Oh, well, what the hell are the chances? What are the chances? Well, at least it's a chance. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, at least if you do really bust your ass, you have a chance to do it.
Honestly,
versus
chance is probably not that insignificant anyway. I mean, really, how many people do through all the ups and downs? If you look at all the people who pursued it their entire life through the ups and downs, never given up, and then you compare that to all the people that succeeded, I'll bet you it's a pretty high percentage. Most people, if you continue to work at something, are going to be successful.
You're actually pretty much, in my view, you're pretty right on that. And I'll tell you from my personal experience.
Like, oh, I bought a guitar and I did it and I played it for a while, but I'm not a professional. So, you know, of course, that guy's never going to be a superstar because he quit.
Right. No,
yeah, no one came and knocked on my door and just gave me a record deal. Therefore, it's not going to happen.
Yes.
Like I never played outside a basement, so I'm not famous. But I also never played outside a basement, so I'm not expecting anyone to just come along and give me a record deal.
Right.
And you expect it was going to be like a government band that if you can play to some level, then you're guaranteed a slot in the government band, so therefore you're successful. Like, who the fuck wants the playing field to drop to where, like, okay, as long as you do X, Y, Z, then somebody helps you do X and Y, then you'll be at the goal you want to do. And that's the only goal.
They would pretty much just thin it out so that competition didn't exist, and then they would simply use you, and this has happened before, they would use you as a vessel, more or less, to just get their fucking mess. You'd become a piece of the propaganda machine. That's just what you
exactly. And that's the thing. If you showed promise, like, okay, I have fairly good natural rhythm. You know, I'm not toot my own horn here. Like, I'm not the best, but I have pretty good rhythm. That's why I like playing drums. And I know if I practice more, I'd be better, but I don't, because I choose not to. Whatever. I don't have to. But if when I was a kid, the state decided that, oh, you're like pretty good at drums, and if you played 8 hours a day, you'd be amazing.
You'd play 8 hours a day.
Then I'd be forced to play 8 hours.
Playing 8 hours a day. Look into athletes and such like that in China, and especially look into all that shit. You'd be fucking playing those drums.
My genius here, bud.
Who?
G-Web was playing my genius.
Just playing some rhythm, some freedom to play rhythm.
Gotcha.
That's the best kind of rhythm, is freedom rhythm.
But yeah, you would, if you look at, like, for instance, people who have, like, you know, certain propensities to be good at, you know, for instance, athletics and such like that in a lot of these countries, what they do to these fucking people, holy shit, it's not even a joke. You know, in communist
there's all those
countries,
stories like those gymnasts that basically got kidnapped from their parents when they were like 6 years old, and then forced to be in the Olympics and shit.
Yeah, like your child's legs are 3 centimeters longer than the norm. It's our kid now.
Right, and to me, it's all about state image and state this and collective this. And at the end of the day, like I said, life, in my view, is supposed to be about motherfuckers enjoying themselves and, you know, doing what they can and, you know, things like that to enjoy life. at the end of the day, if you really want to bring it down, like the one thing, it's enjoying life. Because, you may, like I said, people have different beliefs on what happens after this. But for me, I personally think, okay, there's all different beliefs on what might happen after. But as far as right now, I know that I have this life, and that's really it for right now. So to me, I want to maximize my enjoyment of this in respect to others. So, no, I would not want to live in a fucking communistic country where I was forced to do something because, one time during some sporting event, I could win a piece of metal for my country. Okay, sure. That's what I have to live my life for? No, I think life's worth a lot more than that, personally.
Well, and even worse, they turn it into if you succeed at that, then your family will get fed again. Now you'll get to that next class or whatever. Right now you're
exactly. Yeah. No, it's
I saw that earlier, G-Webs. I thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah.
Lego play set.
Passenger removal set.
Oh, that whole thing, yeah.
That just seems ridiculous. I mean, I get it. Okay, they asked for volunteers. They didn't get any, so they chose some passengers at random. When that dude's like, no, I'm not leaving, they should have been like, all right, is there anyone on the plane now that's willing? If I would have been on that plane and that dude made the case, I really need to get there because apparently he was a doctor or something. He's like, I have to be there. I'd be like, you know what? I'll fly out tomorrow, whatever.
Someone made a very good point that they should have continuously kept on increasing the amount. That would have probably.
That's what they normally do. They start off at a couple $100 and they go up.
In hindsight, they lost so much in their stock stuff that they said they could have chartered a plane for those 4 people that needed a ride and saved tons of money. Just chartered a whole nother plane for those people.
Yeah.
People got to realize that shit like that, I mean, I'm not saying it's right to do, period, but nowadays, the fact that every motherfucker has a cell phone and is going to be recording shit, you cannot be doing that shit anymore. You're going to get nailed on it. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, dude, I flew out of St. Louis the day after the presidential debate was there, and the airport was packed. Normally, it's not that busy because it's the smaller wing and all that stuff. So normally it's a pretty nice airport. You get through security real fast, whatever. And I was flying with a coworker of mine. We had drove to the airport together and all that stuff. And they came up, they're like, all right, we need 12 volunteers. We'll give $800 and the flight was leaving at 10 o'clock in the morning. It goes, we'll guarantee you a spot on the 3 o'clock flight. So you only have to sit in the airport for, an extra few hours or whatever. It's really not that big of a deal. And I kind of looked at him like, do you got anything to do this afternoon? He's like, not really. I was like, all right. Well, they said 12 people. I saw 2 people go up to the counter. I'm like, if they jump up higher, then let's go up there and, get the thing. And actually, I told that wrong. They started at 600. They jumped up to 700, or they jumped up to 800. And I was like, I saw 2 more people go up. I'm like, well, that's still not 12. I go, if they hit 1,000, we're knocking old ladies out of the way to get that. Because we'll have fucking $1,000 voucher plus we'll just be in the airport for an extra couple hours. Who cares? And then they came up and they're like, okay, we got all our volunteers. I was like, crap. So a couple of those people must have been families. I had 5 or 6 people in it. So that kind of sucked.
Yeah.
But really, I would have taken that.
Dude.
I got nothing better to do. And I think even on that flight, people wanted to get home for the night. They didn't want to stay the night. But, there can't be that entire plane was filled with people that had super important stuff to do in the morning.
No.
My work, I can normally be flexible enough. It's hey, I'm going to be an extra day and then I'll come in the office later.
No, dude.
Okay.
I'll tell you something that happened to me. I was, it was my sister and I, and we were coming back from Reykjavik, Iceland. And we get to the gate, not to the gate, I'm sorry, the ticket counter. And the lady says to me, she goes, listen, we're willing to offer you, this flight's overbooked, so we would be willing to offer you $1,000 voucher each if you leave on an earlier flight with Iceland Air. And I'm like, wait a minute, hold on 1 second. I'm like, say that again? And they're
as long as you can make it to the gate on time.
No, it was 10 minutes earlier. And I was like, What?
Back in the army days when we would have been, they'd stick you on a regular flight to move places. It'd be like you'd wait for that. I mean, it'd be awesome when they
No,
would
yeah.
because
So
then you
they-
just got money and be like, "Oh, you kick me off the plane," and then
Yeah.
what do you do?
Yeah, no. But so they say this, right, and then they're like trying to they're talking to Icelandair and stuff like that, and then they turn to me and they're like, "Listen, Icelandair doesn't have the room apparently, but what we'll do for you is that there's another flight leaving in the morning. We'll put you on the plane tomorrow morning, and we'll pay for a hotel and everything else like that tonight. If you leave tomorrow morning, we will give you one." I was like $1,000 each. I looked at my sister. My sister was kind of like breaking my will. She was like, "Oh, well, I have." I'm like, "You have nothing." I called my job. I was like, "You're a fucking kid. You have no shit going on. Don't bullshit me." And I called my job and I'm like, they're bumping me, kind of thing. I'm sorry. And they were like, "Okay, no big deal." I took it. I drank and I went to sleep and I woke up the next morning, got my flight, and I made $1,000 in air money. I was very happy. Even though that I didn't get the earlier flight, I had to wait a day, it was still a blast. So, yeah, I've done it. It was fine. And
So that's the thing. If they didn't get the volunteers the first time, they should have. And I'm sure they went and they bumped it up a little bit here and there. But, yeah, eventually it's like, dude, you just got to offer something a little bit sweet. Again, that's free market right there. Supply and demand. Some people are like, you're going to give me $100? No, I'd rather be home tonight. You're going to give me $1,000? I'll be home in the morning. I don't care.
Yeah, it's a day. I was thinking to myself, I'm like, how much would I have? I'm like, that's like that. I'm like that's like a couple of hours worth of my time that I will literally. And they were paying for my meal. They gave us a voucher to go get something to eat, and then I went to some bar and hung out with a bunch of Icelanders and got drunk. And I went back to my hotel and fell asleep. And it was $2,000. I and my sister got $1,000 each. Each person got $1,000. I flew to Amsterdam a few months later for no money, and then I had money left over to go to. I think I went to Germany. No, I went back to Iceland. So, it's like fuck. I have. That's cash to me because I travel a lot. You know what I'm trying to say? So I would have spent that money anyway in cash. So it was like $1,000 to wait a fucking day and stay in a hotel and drink. Well, of course, it's not a problem. But that's the thing. They and they were also very nice about it and things like that. Like I said, to get violent like that is a little excessive, I think.
Right. Yeah, like I said, if it were me and at that point and I heard the guy saying all this stuff, be like, "No, I can't go," blah blah. I'd be like, "You know what, dude? Then I volunteer." That dude, how is there not a meme from the fucking Hunger Game things? That should be a thing. Like, I volunteer as the dude's like getting beat up and shit. Like, yeah.
That's how badass
Up my seat.
No, yeah, I would.
What are we watching now, G-Webs?
These cops are going to bust this drug plane.
Oh, they just like clip the wing, huh?
Yeah, they just like slammed their SUV right up into the wing of that plane, knocked it out of commission. Then they drove back and arrested all the dudes on the ground.
Shit.
It was super loud, but yeah, that's pretty cool. That's from South America, I'm assuming.
It was saying there, Brazil. That's a difficult place for sure.
Instagram is so much better than stupid Facebook. So much cleaner, easier. Except there's no volume on the videos.
Oh, that's a beautiful one, isn't it?
Yeah.
29. I like that.
Canadian Gun Vault is definitely worth following if you don't already follow him on Instagram. I'll put the links in here.
I don't really mess too much with social media, but that's nice. That's really nice. Ooh, that's pretty.
Canadian Gun Vault.
This one's pretty good too. This guy's
I
showing you
said jujitsu and
how to get out of holds if you're being dragged. That was pretty good.
Something that
What's
United
what's
guy
that
could
gun
have
up there?
learned.
What's that gun up there?
Some kind of HK.
They had this at a gun store that they had a full auto at a gun store here in Miami. I wanted to shoot it, but then they were like, "You have to use the bipod if you shoot it." And I'm like, is it really worth the money then? I was like,
Oh, so they might want people shooting the ceiling or something.
I know, I understand completely the reason why. I was just like, that's the Glock 18 captured by, yes.
Machine gun BB. This is ballistic. That's what he's spending his time on.
Yep. Well, that's what he even says. He's like procrastinating
Oh,
or whatever. Got to hear the duck song.
Oh, there's a song that goes to.
Yeah.
Did you see this one? I seen it earlier where they take a giant like passenger boat, like love boat looking thing. They pull it into a dock like this. They cut it in half, move it apart, and then bring in a whole nother section and add like a third of the length to it, and then drop it in and then weld it all back together, and then paint it. It's like time lapse or whatever, so it all happens in a Instagram video.
I have not seen them do that to a boat.
Oh, this is what are these? Are those? This one is Persian.
No, probably.
Walked up to a lemonade stand and he said to the man running the
Sorry?
stand,
I
"Hey,
didn't catch that.
bump, 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 got any grapes?"
Did you say that was Persian up there, wasn't it? That was Iranian, or maybe Afghan or
No,
Tajik.
no, none of them people make their own AKs. They all buy them from other people. So this is Egyptian. So it might
Oh,
be reading from over there, squiggly lines. There's no way to know what these squiggly lines mean. But
those are numbers. Those are numbers. I can read that one's 5. That one's 1. This is 9. That's 4. 5.
pretty sure
yeah.
they're in increments, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, this one on the
Yeah.
one on so 1, 2. Yeah, exactly. 5.
Like they're not fucking with them. 1, 8, 4, 3, 9, 13 and a
No,
half.
exactly. Yeah.
No wonder they
But Q-Webs, are you sure that that's Egyptian? I mean, I was
No.
told by some people on Instagram that you posted a Romanian and called it Egyptian.
Yeah.
No, well, you see, that's the reason I was thinking that was I'm studying Persian at the moment, and they use the same numbers as the Arabic and such like that. So that's why I was a little like, oh shit, is that?
That was a great picture right before he dropped out. United, we're here to sell seats and kick ass. We're all
raw seats. That is fucking sweet. This one was pretty good. You see that one? I don't know. I've had it up before where they're like, if you're in the aisle row, please bend down and receive your beating. If you're in the and then please bend down enough so that we can beat the person in the aisle or in the window seat. If you have a baby, you should hold the baby and wait for your beating. Rest assured, both of you will be beaten. Somebody needs to print these out, stick them in their seats. Do you think, will you ever fly United? Has it changed your mind on United?
Yeah, I mean, I don't normally fly United anyways, but I will definitely keep that in the back of my head as they will be my absolute last resort now.
I mean, I guess people with frequent flyer miles probably are kind of obligated because they're trying to, play that game. But yeah, I mean, I don't fly very often, but I can't imagine why I would want to fly United just because why?
Right. I mean, and here's the thing. There are some times where, like, certain airports have, certain airlines going to them more often and stuff, right? I mean, Detroit is a Delta hub. Like, they built this whole huge terminal, and it's all just Delta flights. All of A, B, and C, like, all the terminal. There's fucking, I don't even know how many gates there are. Let's see. The A's go up to, like, 70-something. B goes up to, like, 30, and C's got, like, another 30. So there's over 100 gates, and that's all Delta flights. So pretty much you can get anywhere you need to go on Delta from this airport. But Yeah, if there was some city, it's like I can either take Delta and go to like 5 different cities before I get there, or like take United, it goes right there. I mean, I might do it, but I'm definitely it's going to be a think twice type of movement, you know, like I don't really want to. That's kind of how Southwest is with me. I really don't like Southwest, but I have taken them a couple of times.
Southwest and like Spirit and such are just awful from what I've heard.
Well, Southwest is better than Spirit, but here's the thing: Spirit, like people give them shit, like, "Oh man, they charge for carry-ons and blah blah and all this stuff." It's like, yeah, that's why their tickets are so cheap. Like, you fly Spirit if you're looking for a cheap flight, but then don't get pissed off when it's not all like super nice stuff because you didn't pay for super nice stuff.
Well,
You
no,
bought
the thing that I heard that was nasty about Spirit was that they would cancel rather often, and then the other thing is that they won't like put you on the next. This happened to a friend of mine. They didn't put him on the next flight. He had to go and book another flight. They refunded him the money, and he had to book another flight. And obviously, when you book another flight, it's going to cost a lot more money. And he got screwed because of that. And to me, it's like, well, I get it. If they're going to charge for carry-ons and blah blah blah, that to me isn't going to bother me much. But if you're going to cancel the flight, at least rebook the people on the next flight. You know what I'm trying to say?
Oh yeah, see, I've never experienced that. And like I said, a lot of the negative stuff I've heard about Spirit is, oh man, like they cram more seats on their planes. Like there is less leg room on Spirit than there are other airlines. Even though it's the same plane, those seats are on like a little track, and you can move them in like 1.5 inch increments. And so they found out that if they push all the seats up 1.5 inches, like they can get one more row at the back. So they just plain have more seats on the plane so they can, pack people in a little bit more.
No. It's a budget airline. Like I said, like there's.
So those are the complaints I've heard, and those are, in my opinion, unjustified. Just because.
Yeah, it's a cheap airline.
You're complaining about something that there's a reason they don't have that. It's because you didn't pay that much. It's like, oh man, my fucking Ford Focus doesn't go 200 miles an hour. Well, no shit. So you didn't pay for a Lamborghini. Like, what the hell are you thinking? You know what I mean? Like,
right? No, and I agree with that 100%. That's
but yeah, if they cancel flights and then just be like, well, just book something else or get a bus or something. We don't care. That's pretty shitty. I'll give you that one.
Yeah. Well, they give you the money back, and then they're just like, book it again. And it's just like, well, it's more money tomorrow. Well, sorry. And then they'll can't like.
I would just take my money back and book Delta or something. Like, all right, fine.
Oh, then you're gonna get. Oh, then you're gonna really be spending some money. but the
thing on Southwest that I don't like is the whole like free range seating. Because they put you in groups or whatever, and then like they let you on like a group at a time, and you get to just pick like whatever seat you want.
Oh, are you shitting me? You just sit where you want to sit?
Yeah, and so
oh no.
Basically, what happens is the whole plane fills up from front to back, windows and aisle seats, and then it starts filling up like middle rows from front to back. And if you're in Group C, you're going to be stuck in a middle seat at the back of the plane. Like there's Group A, B, and C, and then they break them down by numbers inside the groups.
Oh, fuck that. I am good.
But what I heard, the trick of that is like this, besides like the frequent flyer people, like they get into Group A, so you pretty much like, they're the 5th one on the plane. They can sit wherever they want. But of the normal people, the sooner you check in, like the higher group number you get.
Oh, I'd be fine.
So if that's the case, just like check in as soon as you can, like 24 hours before your flight, like check in instantly, and you'll get like either low A or upper B, which is still pretty much good enough to get an aisle seat if you want. Because some people travel in groups and like they want to just all sit in the same row. So that's what happened to me. I was in like the middle of Group B, and I'm walking down the plane, and the whole front was like completely filled up, and I'm looking down, and there's like 6 people in front of me, and I'm counting there's 5 aisle seats left. And so what I was thinking is like I'd rather be in a middle seat up front than a middle seat in the back. So I don't want to get all the way to the back, find out there's no aisle seat, and just sit in the middle anyways. Like if I'm going to be stuck in the middle, I might as well be up front. Well, then like the two ladies in front of me, they took a middle seat and an aisle seat because they were friends with each other. So that opened up that last aisle seat, and that's the one I got. I was in the very last row, but I had the aisle seat.
The aisle seats are nice. I'll take an
Well,
aisle
the
seat.
best is exit row, but yeah, if I can't get exit row, at least an aisle seat, because then I can kick my legs out into the aisle. And then I just like have to move them back in when the drink cart comes by and shit.
Honestly, it was weird because the last time I went to Iceland, actually, on the way there, I was in a window seat, and I used to always take the window seat. That was my preference. But for some reason on this flight, I was stuck next to a rather heavy person, I guess, and I was kind of pressed, against the window area. And I don't know, like I was getting sick. For 1 minute, I even thought like I'd have to get up and whatever. But I was getting like so sick every couple of minutes. And I made it there, and I think it was because I was just like kind of like stuck in this like one little tiny area. After that, I always try to get a fucking aisle seat. Always try to get a fucking aisle seat.
Yeah, because you can like kind of sit sideways a little bit and like lean out, and then you get
and you don't feel like
your
you're
own
trapped.
space.
You don't feel like you're like stuck. Like I don't know what it was. It was like it was the craziest thing. I was falling asleep, right? And I would fall asleep, and then I would wake up, and all of a sudden I would start to get like these cold sweats, and I would feel like I have to like vomit. Like I was like, oh fuck, I'm so sick right now. And then I would just like find a good position and go back to sleep. And then like an hour later, I'd wake up and the same thing would happen. And that happened the whole fucking flight. And that was the last time I ever took a fucking window seat. From now on, after that, I always fucking take a fucking aisle seat.
Yeah, I try and get aisle, but I'm getting exit row quite often, and that's pretty enjoyable.
But for me, I always personally get to the airport as early as possible. I try to give myself a few hours because one time I was flying to Texas and I almost missed my plane. And after that, I always try to get to the fucking airport like, at least like 4 or 5 hours early, just in case.
That kills too much time for me. I mean, I understand, I get what you're saying, but I don't. I mean, I get there somewhat early. Like my boss is the type, he's got it down to where like he shows up at the gate when like they started boarding, and he just like walks on the plane. And I was like, oh my God, like that's cutting it too close for my liking. Because all it takes is one like stupid family in front of you with like 5 kids trying to go through security. It always takes them like 8 hours to get all their shit on the conveyor and all this. Like, oh man, like you can just spot them. You can see people like, oh, they're gonna take a long time.
Of course. That's why. But I also have the what is it, the club thingies, the VIP areas, like whatever the hell they're called. Oh man, it's so nice. On my last flight from Mexico, I like it's free beer, free food, nice seats, everything else like that, and you just sit there and enjoy. I got that with the Chase credit card. Oh man, it's nice.
Yeah, I don't have enough points to be in the Sky Preferred.
But dude, you don't need to have the points. It's just you all you have to do you just get the Chase Sapphire Reserve credit card, and they give it to you.
Right, but I mean, I could get the one from Delta if I just like fly a little bit more. I'll be in the upper thing.
Yeah, but for me, the credit card was worth getting because they had a deal if you spend like it was like some number, like I think it was like $3,000 or $4,000 in 4 months or in 3 months. If you spent that much money, they gave you $1,500 back. And I was like, or like $1,000 back or something like that. And I was just like, shit. I was like, okay, I'm gonna fucking get this credit card. And with that credit card came, like, they also gave you the card that you can get into the lounges with, and they also give you the quick security check and things like that. Like, they'll compensate you if you register for this quick security check.
Oh,
and things
the TSA pre-check.
Yeah, that or the global entry. I still have to register for that, though. I haven't yet. I have to register for I want to get the global entry one because most of my travel is international. So
So it's basically the same thing, just the other country's version of it.
it's like it applies to everyone, I think. Kind of, sort of. I actually don't know, but like I've heard that it applies to like other countries as well and things like that. So it's more open and such.
What do you guys think about this chick being this second lieutenant being the first Navy or the first Marines tank commander? Do you hear about
What?
that?
No.
This lady, second lieutenant here, she looks pretty young. She's the first Marines tank commander. She graduated tank commander school or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Is she good at commanding tanks?
Well, she passed the class. That doesn't mean you're good or bad, I guess. I don't know if they have levels of passing a class like that, or if it's just, it's a school. I mean, you can be first in your class, but it doesn't give you anything. But my thing is always like, well, what the hell do they have? They don't have shitters in tanks, I'm sure. So how's she doing her business with her different guts in there? And then now do they got to supply female shit to these tank guys? I mean, that's like at least twice the amount, if not more, the amount of supply to frontline troops. So I've never understood why we want to mix genders in our tanks and stuff. But I guess the main complaints in this text thing, the comments, is that in tank school, you learn the theory of changing treads, tank treads, but you don't bust them open and redo them, which is a lot of fucking work. So a lot of people are concerned that, what the fuck? Can she actually do the job of being a crew on the tank? Because
I guess we'll see.
One thing. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah,
To
I don't
me,
know. See,
it's
I know
important
you've
to do
had
the
that
job.
opinion. I'm personally of the whole, like, I don't care what gender you are. I think, like what you just said, the job should consist of, can you do this job? And so if it's lifting up a certain amount of weight and doing this and that, and you can't do that no matter what you are, then you can't do that job.
Yeah, I
If you
agree
can
with
do it, then you can do the job.
No,
Mhm.
it doesn't matter if you can do a job. Where are you doing that job? You can do that job in Kansas, great. You can do that job in whatever, where the freaking Marines bases are, great. But doing that overseas requires, think about it, everything from the shirts are different, the underwear is different, the pants are different, boots are different, all the stuff for her guts. So all the lady business is different and adding to the pile. So that's not even just different, that's just new shit they have to deal with. Now you got to bring doctors out there that can deal with both kind of guts. And then, of course, getting knocked up and fucking whatever, all the like, I'm offended because you said something. And that kind of shit is already there with the gays in the military or with just, races. And there's always going to be issues with people not getting along. But this adds like a whole nother element of not getting along. So, yeah, able to do the job, who the fucking cares? Everybody can do everything. We're all human beings. We all fit in the machine. We can do it. And some people say women can fly planes better because they can handle G's. But again, where are they flying these fucking planes? Over countries that are going to rape the fucking shit out of them and whatnot when they get shot down, or in this case, whenever grabbed or whatever happens to a tank person. I mean, last I heard, tanks last about 30 seconds in an actual war because they're all super targeted and we have shit that can wail on them and they wail on ours and we wail on theirs. And then pretty soon we don't have tanks really. But all as I'm saying is just because somebody can do it, that don't mean a pile of shit. You got to be able to do that in the shit. And that means there's a hell of a lot of people that got to bring shit to you. And that I just don't understand. I mean, I never understood it when we started putting them on boats. I mean, I can understand nurses, I guess, on big ass boats, but putting them into, I don't know, that's my thing, is the supply and then the interrelation stuff.
I mean, for me, it's very difficult for me to comment on any of this kind of a thing because I've never served, and I have no idea what goes into it. So, you know, my comment would be purely just some fucking random dude, you know what I'm trying to say? You know, it's not worth much. But for me, I guess it would be as simple as if she can do it, then she can do it. But again, that's completely without the knowledge of all the other logistics and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, I guess take my very uneducated opinion for what it is.
There's a lot of comments though. Holy moly.
Hmm.
4 hours.
I mean, you know, look, I mean, I mean, like I said, for me, it's good for her. And if she can do it and it goes well into practice, then good. If it fucks shit up, well, then things will have to be revisited, you know?
Well, that puts a lot on her too then. Like she has to be an outstanding individual for like all other women to then, you know, be judged.
No, that's on her. That's on her. She has to. She signed up for it, and you know she seems to be cool with it. So that's just what she has to do.
I mean, there's women fighter pilots.
I know, it drives me nuts too. They say they can handle the G's better, but and the other thing is, who cares if she doesn't care if she's going to get shot down and raped or whatever? But you start getting pilots and soldiers being freaking raped. I mean, we already had the one time, and we basically all had an internal fit about it as a country. That happened in one of the first ones, right? One chick went missing or whatever.
And then we went in to get her.
Yeah, so we got a whole, you know, that's, I don't know. It seems like a layer of extra that it isn't necessary. Dude, this isn't like, oh, we should all be able to be in war together and share our wars with everybody. You know, it's like, this is fucking war. Like, let's get it fucking done and then over with. But,
Yeah, I know there's those other things to think about, but I don't know. I'm kind of of the mind that if they can do the job, they can do the job. I mean, we've had chicks fighting in Iraq and Afghanistan, and their packs aren't no lighter than the dudes just because it's a fucking woman.
No, I'm not worried about the human beings. Obviously, if they pass the training, then they can do whatever. I don't agree with like, oh, you can carry less because you're a chick. But at least when I was in, they had different PT standards. If they're going to give,
I don't agree with the different standard thing. I've seen that before with like cops and firefighters and shit. And it's like, no, if you want to be a firefighter, you need to be strong enough to throw someone on your back and climb up a ladder or whatever. And I don't care what you are. Guess what?
Absolutely.
I'm probably not strong enough to be a firefighter. Like,
But
that's just the way it is.
there
If
are
I can't pass the test, I can't pass the test.
And there are chicks that can do that, but they don't say, okay, all the chicks that can do the same thing are eligible. They go, let's drop the requirements down. But again, when they're being a nurse or something, who the fuck cares really? They got to be physically fit. It's not like you need to actually do something most of the time where it requires your physical strength. They just want to make sure you can, you know, your muscles work and you're not broken or something. So I can understand for half the jobs or most of the jobs really that who cares, but
a woman's anatomy is different from a man's. Their muscle structure is different. There's some women that really work at it to, you know, really build it up. And I agree with what Smeggy's saying. Yeah, if you can haul, you know, you can walk the walk, you know, all means. But when it comes to special forces and them really pushing that thing to try to, you know, the whole.
Quit saying special forces when you mean special ops. There's no female
special ops, whatever the fuck, man. You know what I'm mean?
Doesn't mean whatever the fuck. Be fucking precise, man. What the fuck? That's disrespectful. Fuck. Don't go only men because it's what the fuck.
Nevertheless, my point I was getting at is that when they want to get into these, you know, designated really high competition, where you have to really, you know, really bust your ass to do that. I don't think they should again break it down or slow it down for anybody else because, you know, they're not being fair.
Well, and in those ones they don't. I remember I saw it was like a 60 Minutes thing or whatever where what was it, the SEALs? I forget which one. But it was one of those like where they do like the 2-week like crazy test thing, and there was a couple of women that were trying it, and they ended up all dropping out, and the news anchor was like, "Oh, this is bad that they dropped out or whatever." And it's like, to me, I'm like, no, it's not. Those people have a specific job they need to do, and they have to be able to pass these specific types of tests. So, you know, don't dumb it down for someone else, like, because
No, I
those are
agree
the
with that
people
one.
that are doing the sneaky shit behind enemy lines and like whatever. Like they need to be able to take care of themselves.
Like I said, for me, it is if you can keep up with the general standards that are set for everyone. I do not care what part you have. That's me. If you could do it, you could do it. But at the same time, I take that's coming from the perspective of someone who has never served, who has no kind of view on any of this. So take my view for what it's worth, which isn't
Well,
much.
you don't have to have a broken arm to know what can break your fucking arm. You don't need to die in a fire to know what's dangerous with flames. You know what I mean? So we don't live in a country where you're not allowed to offer an opinion because you haven't walked the fucking walk. There's only an X amount of people who have been, some of the tip of the spear shit. So
no, that's why I am still offering up my opinion, but I'm just giving it with the context that I've never actually served. For instance, like someone like you, and from what you've said, I believe you have served. Like you would have a more educated opinion than I would.
I hear you, but I had my opinion about chicks on aircraft carriers back before I went in because that's what they were already did. At that time, they allowed chicks on the aircraft carrier that stays in the Gulf of Mexico for training or something. If that's still the case, I don't know. But there was a big thing back then in the 80s, like, we're going to let chicks on this aircraft carrier. And I was like, what the fuck? How many bathrooms are on an aircraft carrier? Are they going to revamp all the fucking bathrooms? Are they going to shit with everybody else? Doesn't make any sense. We're going to have like a whole nother room full of tampons because there's like 16,000 people on an aircraft carrier, right?
Well, on that, I've had friends. I've talked to Navy chiefs and all kinds of people that they haul away women they get pregnant on aircraft carriers, and they haul, and a lot of them are married, and they get hauled away, and they end up getting court-martialed.
But I had opinions on that before when I was still a little kid. Oh shit! We got another trailhead. I know that one.
Yeah, there was one story I heard about. I think I told you about before, and it's a similar story from several people, but it's one I think at least two or three people told me, and I believe them. That there's a girl that she was basically soliciting herself on the aircraft carrier, and a sailor, and she was keeping a black book. If she would have kept that black book, probably a lot of people were gonna take it down. But when she got busted, they caught that black book, and she had a list of everybody, all her customers, and a lot of us officers and enlisted men had to own up to it.
Chance has a good point. How are they going to make breakfast when they're flying around or driving a tank? Doesn't make any sense.
Cookie.
Fry an egg on the cannon, on the gun, and it goes off.
Well, they have women pilots. I mean, that's a pretty skilled.
I'm against it. I'm 100% against it. I mean, I don't care if they want to fly planes like they did in World War II, like fly them over there. Do that all you want, I guess, or train them or whatever. They can be great pilots. So train people how to be great pilots like you. But I don't like. I draw the line where they're out there getting shot at. Unless we're all going to just get calloused over and not care when females get shot down and rape the shit out of them.
No, that's the one thing that the first thing they do typically. You typically don't hear about a male soldier being raped by some capture.
It happens quite a bit. It's just you don't give a shit because it's a guy and it's a soldier, and that's the shit of war. But people
Like I say, don't hear about it, but the first thing you hear about a woman soldier being or airman or seaman, whatever, whack, whatever they call them now, when they get captured, the first thing is like, did you get raped?
I mean, it's obviously, in my view, that's obviously awful, regardless if it happens to a guy or a girl. But I mean, at the end of the day, if that's what you sign up for, I don't know. That's kind of what you sign up
that's
for.
That's the individual, though. But I guess I'm saying that doesn't happen in isolation. So yeah, that individual might be like, I'm hardened up to it. I want to help my country. I'm willing to take the risk or whatever and the consequences. But like I say, we freak out, and if that makes general population skeptical about a war, think of like Nam, where people weren't totally down with it anyway, and all of a sudden nurses started getting raped left and right.
Well, I guess that's what you can't. That's the thing. You can't have it. you can't have it both ways, in terms of, society can't be, they can't be saying, equal, 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 and then, all of a sudden some shit goes down and it's, oh no, because it happens to this person, you know what I'm trying to say? You kind of gotta, at that point, you definitely do have to kind of, pick a point, you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, like you got to be calloused over, or else not send them there in the first place.
And to me, it's not even necessarily about being callous. It's just, for me, I do believe very strongly in individual decision, right? So as long as you're educated on the risk, like, listen, you do realize if you, and I'm sure they go over that in training, if you are shot down over hostile territory, X, Y, and Z can fucking happen to you, and you decide, hey, I still want to do this, yeah, you know what I'm trying to, I feel horrible, don't get me wrong, but I mean, it's just unfortunately something that happens. I mean, you saw what happened to that Jordanian pilot, for example. Not a female, of course, but I mean, fuck, rape is horrible and all, but that was something else. With over ISIS territory, you know what I'm talking about, yeah?
I don't know. If Bruce Jenner was the list, he might like that.
The one who got burnt to death.
Yeah, exactly. Like that kind of shit. Like that's the thing. People sign up knowing that that's a possibility.
Yeah.
That's the thing, and it's fucked up or whatever. But yeah, you do it in spite of that kind of shit.
Right.
Now I'm not against the idea if they want to go all out, and I guess my problem is trickling it in, like trying to mix everybody. I just don't think that's beneficial. So if they're gonna go all out and have like they did during World War II, they had segregated, like the black pilots were in their own squadrons and shit. If you want to have like a couple of squadrons of females, so that all the supply can be efficient, and then I think it adds extra insult to injury when we're over there kicking the shit out of a bunch of females. Just that I don't want it. I think it should be all or nothing, or like big.
Well, you're saying if you're saying, for example, that and like I said, I'm not educated, but like if you're saying, for example, that that equipment needs to be entirely different, and even like medical issues and such like that are entirely different. I mean,
we pee different than them, so there has to be something different in a pilot suit, because when we pee, it's in something else, right? They pee in something else, some kind of different gadgetry. I'm sure that there's some kind of connection where it fits up to the same nozzle, that kind of thing. Like that means there's at least one other part that has to be in the parts list for those maintenance on those airplanes for the chick to pee into it.
Well, then in my view, analysis would pretty much need to be done, and basically see if it was cost effective as well as, I guess, effective in terms of just general military effectiveness. And I don't necessarily know what goes into that at all, but they'd analyze it and see, okay, at the end of the day, does it make more sense because of these factors to segregate men or women just because of the physiological differences, or does it make sense to put them in the same unit? And that's how it should be viewed. When it comes to like the PC nonsense, of course I'm I'm not for that. But if it's if they analyze the actual situation and say, well, it's more cost effective, et cetera, even though it adds a bit of a burden to keep them in the same unit, then fine. But if they're like, no, listen, it's way more cost effective, it makes much more logistical sense, separate everybody, then fine. That's the way I see it personally.
Now, that might be crazy too, because there wasn't even computers hardly when I was fucking in. So,
yeah, I mean, things change and such like that,
Yeah.
I don't care much way in just dividing people instead of unifying them, especially in the military, because it's just things that you have to keep cohesive for people to. Because I'm there for service as well, and I'll claim that all day. But what my understanding is they break you down and build you up, and trying to appease all these political atmospheres that are out there, doing that, you really don't achieve anything.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, like I said, I have. I mean, from my perspective, I have no personal issue keeping people together. But to me, again, if it was like if it if the physiological and everything differences made it such a massive impact where it just made fiscal and just logistical sense to keep it separate, then it would be something to consider in my kind of view. But if not, then fine. But again, that's just from my perspective.
When I don't have a W, and I always try to right click and then, try to just autocomplete or whatever, or like spell check, fix my words. And sometimes fix the dumbest ass words. Like seriously, I'm just
You're missing the key on your keyboard?
Yeah, I got a dead key. I got a couple of dead keys, but like the Q's are no problem. It always figures out Q's, but like W's, like it's like, did you mean salamander? Like what the fuck? No. Like it's just missing a W, dumbass.
That's what happens to angry typers, man. It's like jamming the keys instead of finessing.
I was driving out of Vegas and it was raining and I was behind this Jeep and the guy in the left lane turned and I thought everybody was moving, so I let my foot off the gas, and then before I figured it out, put my foot on the brake again, but I had hit this chick. So we pulled over to change insurance shit, and it was raining, so I didn't have my thing printed out. I had to go online to get my insurance numbers or whatever, and at the website, and it rained on my keyboard, ruined a couple of keys.
On a laptop?
Yeah.
I've
already bought 2 replacement laptops off eBay, but they light up and shit, but they don't work. Like one of them, the enter key didn't work. The other one just didn't even work.
You can get a replacement keyboard for under $20 using card enough on eBay.
I just said I bought 2 of them. They're $12, but they don't fucking work.
Oh, you said laptops. I heard not keyboards.
Well, I'm buying like a USB keyboard. You can have some extra keyboard laying around.
Yeah, I mean, I used to replace those back in the day, and people bring them in, and they were really expensive way back in the day. And then towards the end, like when I was at the end of my career there, like 2011, you could find them for like $15-20 on eBay, and they almost always worked as long as the right model.
I don't know shit about those Nazi guns, but I guess there is a Nazi mark. I was gonna say I didn't see any Nazi marks on it.
I got a Nazi gun, not the official, but
I still wouldn't buy it. But,
you see them at the gun show when you go there. They always put like little swastikas on the price tag, like because you see it like a P38 or whatever the hell it is, and then they're like they want like a fucking $1,600 for it. It has a swastika proof marks or Nazi proof marks. A little niche for that at some of the gun shows. So Bob make it your way already?
No, he went to Albuquerque and he blew up his truck.
He blew up his truck.
Pretty much. He like lost a wheel and I don't know what it did, but it beat the shit out of the whole back end of his truck. He said I think he said he even like T-boned or whatever you call it when you jackknife the trailer. Like he almost wrecked completely. Going 75 miles an hour in his back tire. He only has one wheel. It's not like a dually. So his back wheel went out with all the weight of that 16,000-pound trailer on his fifth wheel. I'm surprised he didn't break an axle or something, but blew the shit out of his tire. And then it didn't just break, it like, how they like tear and it like
shred shit up.
Yeah, it was flopping all around and beating the shit out of his whole, like, it knocked his bumper off and his bed is all busted up, or like the fender on that side is all busted up. It looks like he got in a wreck. Send me a picture of it.
That's a bad day.
Yeah. Fucking bad enough, like wrecking on the, stopping from 75 to 0 on the highway, let alone like having a huge ass trailer behind you.
And that's unfortunately when you're gonna pull a fifth wheel like that, you want to have a dually just in case, dually tires. So you have that option to save the rig in case the worst happens.
So he blew a tire on his truck or his trailer?
On the driver's side of his truck. Like he said, the belt went out or something. So I'm guessing the way it looked damaged, like say it must have ripped or like turned into a big flapper, and then
Right.
5 miles an hour worth of flapping rubber onto your metal.
Jeez.
He was pretty much working the whole time he was here. He's working on his truck here, which only got to hook up once for a brief time. But
So unfortunately, he's probably not going to get much money for that truck selling anymore now. He was planning on selling the truck and getting something smaller.
you can't pull that rig with anything smaller.
Well, no, he doesn't want that trailer anymore.
Hmm.
He's going to leave it to live in, but he's not going to drag it around anymore. Can't imagine how much money and gas it took him to drive to the way he drove from basically Vegas to Tulsa to San Antonio to Albuquerque. Driving.
Well, that's why I was like, hey, by the time you're here, let's just take advantage of it and have some fun. But it didn't work out that way.
I don't think he liked San Antonio very much. He didn't have much good to say about it, so I didn't like.
Dude, I told Bob, I'm sorry, it's the second largest city in the state of Texas. We have highway systems all over the place. Everything's packed, and if you think traffic sucks here, wait till you get to Austin. Austin is a fucking nail biter. It sucks nuts. And there's not even like a good time to go through Austin. Like, well, I'll go through like lunchtime. No, it's packed. I'll go through 6 o'clock. It's packed. I'll go through 9 o'clock. Everybody's heading out to go party. It's packed. And you have the I-35 corridor to go through. It just fucking sucks balls, and that's the way it is. So they got those fucking toll roads in Austin that fucking charge you a fucking arm and a leg to fucking go through there. And that's just a circumvent. You're not even saving time. Well, technically you are. You're not stuck in traffic, but you're just like going around it. That's what it is. I don't know. Canada, they don't have highways or highway infrastructure or whatever. At least where he lives, it's all country roads. I mean, in Tucson, obviously you have to have some infrastructure like that, like some mergers and big spaghetti systems. You have to hit the core of the city. No?
We have I-10 just goes through town, and that's it.
Oh, really? See, San Antonio has a lot of spaghetti that goes through it, just like Houston and Dallas and all the metropolitan cities.
Most of the places Bob's been down here, like Tucson and Vegas, are like pretty simple. Like Vegas basically is one road that goes east and west, and then a loop that goes up around the town.
Yeah.
And down here it's just the one road. In Phoenix, it's like one road, and then I guess another road going east and west. So he's not familiar with driving like that. But he did drive through Dallas, and that's got to be one of the worst things ever.
That's 35. Coming down, he came down to 35 to Waco and whatever. But I was like, there's 1.5 million people living here, in the city. Houston's like over 2 million.
How big is San Antonio?
I think the last time I checked, it's about 1.5 million people.
Well, I think that's what Phoenix is. But they're laid out different. San Antonio's been there probably a little longer.
Well, it's just a turn of the century.
Oh, well, then Phoenix has been there longer, but you've had roads longer than we have. We didn't have highways and shit till probably the 60s when we really did 666 or 66.
But yeah, he kept on. It's hot. Like, Bob, it's not hot. This is springtime. It's just getting a little humid. It's not hot yet. You don't know what hot is to you. And I was like, "Weren't you in Arizona? Does it get hot in Arizona?" Like,
He's never been down here for hot though.
Oh, because hot is. I was like, "Yeah, dude, hot is." About we could peak maybe hit 104, 105. Laredo, where I lived for 9 years, you could hit 115. And even then, it gets so hot, it doesn't cool off till like 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, and then it finally starts heating up again. Several hours later.
Dude, yeah, we'll have months here where it'll just never get cool. Like even in the middle of the night, it'll be 87, 84 degrees or some shit. Nothing gets a chance to get cool.
I remember many nights hanging out in Laredo with my friends, drinking beers in the backyard, and they're sweating bullets because it's just so hot in the evening because of the humidity and the heat that accumulates in the day that takes forever to dissipate. So like Bob, I don't know what heat is. Then again, I can't appreciate the cold that he's accustomed to either. He's like, I'll come down next time when maybe it's not so hot. What, like January? This cold this past year was really light. The year before it was fucking freezing.
I heard it gets very hot here in the summer.
Ugh. Hot isn't the word for the steam environment you're going to be in.
If I make it that long.
Is your work still down there? Like, are you going to be able to stay there for work kind of thing?
I mean, it's a matter of if I can, find something else.
The job that you have now isn't a permanent.
No, no, it is, but it's permanent in New York or someplace else, maybe.
Permanently traveling or permanently someplace, but not permanently there.
Permanently, probably in New York, and if I get lucky, maybe they'll send me somewhere else.
Oh.
And that's why I'm currently, let's just say I'm going to hear out what they have to say, but I'm at the same time weighing my options.
So did I hear in one of the lobbies you got your CPL for where you are?
Yes, I do. I'm in Miami at the moment, and I have a concealed carry permit, and I'm very happy.
Now, with you being from out of state, can you buy a gun there, or do you have to get one from New York when you're in New York?
No, but I can walk around with my concealed carry permit and be happy because I'm like, I theoretically can carry a gun. But the cool thing about the Miami permit is that you can actually, it's a concealed weapons and gun permit. So I can actually carry all sorts of other cool things that I'd never in a billion years be able to carry in New York.
What else falls into that? Knives, tasers?
And anything.
Right on.
Yeah.
Matt's like Arizona has that too. They have a weapons permit, not a gun permit.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Right now, I'm very open in terms to I've been looking for potential places all over the country, and even I'd prefer to stay in the USA, but I've also been even looking in Europe a little bit too, just because I just don't want to go back to New York. I mean, the gun thing is a thing. Don't get me wrong, but there's a lot of reasons I don't want to go back to New York.
Parking, housing.
Well, you don't need a car, but yes, the rent is on another level ridiculous. It's to get it to a small place, a small fucking place. My buddy, he had a small 2-bedroom, and it was a 6-floor walk up. Tiny place was like $2,500 per month. That's absurd. And that was good though. That was good for New York. That was really good. I cannot imagine.
And that was without parking.
Oh no, that parking. You don't drive when you're in New York City. If you live or work in New York City, you don't have a car.
Because I remember when I worked for Radio Shack when I went to C school, like manager school, and I met 2 guys from New York, these Puerto Rican dudes. They were telling me that because my parking that the company paid for was like $50 a month, their parking in New York, they had to pay $2,500 a month for the manager and system manager to park at the Radio Shack that they worked at. I was like, really? Wow.
Yeah, no. It's excessive. It's excessive, but most people don't drive in the city. Most people don't drive. I sold my car. I had a car but then I sold it.
I didn't understand the concept until I went to DC when I won that trip as a sales manager for Radio Shack and The Edge. And I went to DC and I could never understand how can you have a car. And they're like, well, and them guys explained to me, look, I don't go that far. I take the train everywhere. and every now and then we stay out late. You know, because I know the train runs all hours in New York, but in DC it doesn't. And they're like, well, if I stay out too late past 11, I just take a cab. It's $14 in the Triangle at the time, and I grab a cab, and that's it. And I don't pay gas, I don't pay car insurance, I don't pay maintenance. It's like, well, you got a point.
No, yeah, New York. In New York, it's all public. I would 99.9999% of the time just take a bus everywhere. That was my, but even that, like, my commute every day was an hour and a half to 2 hours each way from where I was living. I'm done with that. I mean, especially like here, my commute is like 20 minutes, maybe every day. Like, if I were in New York right now, I would be like, oh my God, I cannot stay up. Like I'm up super late. And I probably have to get off soon, actually. But, I can still wake up at and have some decent sleep, because usually I would have to wake up at like 5:36, like on the dot, if I wanted to even consider being on time. Whereas now I could get up at like 7 or so, and have a nice, like, easy morning, leave my apartment at like 8:20, 8:30, and then, be at my office at 9.
I had a buddy used to work with me, and his brother lived in New York. He worked for BASF. You go way back into the tape days, they're a media company. And his brother he actually got a place in Manhattan, even though he worked in Jersey.
Oh, wow.
And he was paying like $3,000 a month for a 1-bedroom, like, fucking studio.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, studio, just live in Manhattan. Like, Texas.
Yeah. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be. I mean, maybe it's just because I lived there for my whole life. I don't fucking see what's worth it about that. I mean, it's a nice city, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, I have no idea what could possibly be worth that much fucking money about that city. I really don't. I don't understand. I really don't.
I've never been to New York, and if I want a free trip to go there, I'd go there, but it's not on my bucket list at all for whatever reason.
I mean, look, it's nice. You'd have a good time. It is. I will say that for you, if you've never been to New York, or any person who has, it'll definitely be a bit of, especially being like a bit of a fucking trip, like just in general, just because of the fact that, like, you'll go there and, like, probably, like, it's something I never really understood for a long time, but then I started, like, you'll go there and you'll just be, like, looking up, like, every fucking place you go, because you're gonna be like, holy shit, there's fucking skyscrapers everywhere. But that's literally like the whole city. I would recommend checking it out. If you ever do, look me up and I'll recommend you the spots to go and stuff like that. But to live, no, thank you.
I was there for a week in 2001. I'll never ever go back.
I was gonna say, I'm not against visiting it, but I don't have a hard on to do it. Like, my wife's like, I want to go to New York one of these days. I'm like, I met many people from New York, and they told me how much they love Texas when they come down. They're like, I love Texas, man. You people are so nice. You're so cordial. You're so outgoing and just really, really polite. And I'm like, is it that bad over there? Like, yeah, don't ask for directions. And I'm like, okay, fair enough.
Well, so here's the thing about that. So the reason that you gotta kind of, because there's so many fucking people, and there's people who will literally break your balls and ask you for, be it money or just for the most random nonsense kind of things. If you obviously are asking for directions, most people are gonna help you. But if you come across as you might be asking for, like I said, money or some other nonsense, people are going to pretty much just ignore your existence. And that's just how it works. Otherwise, you'd be stopped every couple of seconds. You know what I'm trying to say?
And the last report heard from a good friend of mine, or not a friend, just a douchebag used to work with me, actually. so I'm being polite, that worked for me, and he went to New York with his girl, and every time he light up a cigarette, dude, people would like bombard him. Hey, you got one? You got one? You got one? Because they're like $20 a pack or something like that.
Oh,
And
they are no. They're about 12 to 15, I think.
Yeah, and they were all over him. Like every time he lit up a cigarette, he would do it discreetly because he's trying to like avoid, people, and everybody go to him. Hey, can I have one? 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 I'm like, really?
That's when you just point to somebody else and say, "I got it from that guy."
Yeah.
That's a good idea. But no, look, I recommend going. And if you do go, avoid, honestly though, seriously, avoid the hell out of a lot of the touristy areas, and like go to St. Mark's, go check out the High Line. Places like that are a lot nicer. Like you'll get like the real New York experience versus like the touristy New York experience. You know what I'm trying to say?
So
Like
I
you
can't
said,
go into I can't go into Hell's Kitchen and say, hey, get the fuck out of here.
probably wouldn't be. You could walk into the Hell's Kitchen area and say that, but people probably just would not acknowledge you.
When I go to New York, I want to go to Hunts Point.
I don't even know where that is, so.
That's where all the hookers are at, man. Come on now.
Gotcha.
And then I got to work on my accent. I can't say awesome. I say awesome.
Awesome?
Yeah. I can't say awesome. Awesome. Forget about this guy right here. Forget about this guy right here. Eh?
Forget about him?
Forget about him.
Forget about him. All right.
Get out of here.
Get out of here.
You said you went. One of you guys said you went to New York but did not enjoy it.
That was me.
Where did you go there for?
I was in some automotive troubleshooting competition thing, but I stayed over on. I stayed at the Sheridan on Times Square, or by there.
That's where all the hookers are at.
So here's my question: did you venture outside of that area?
A little bit, but not much.
That's your problem. Times Square sucks.
Yeah,
Times Square sucks.
I'm not what you call city folk to begin with. So,
no, that's fine.
I mean, it's just too crowded. There's too many goddamn people.
Well, did you work on it? Like you're like, forget about it. Forget about it.
Hey,
forget about it.
No,
Oh.
Hey, Tony,
No.
get over here. Get out of here.
Oh, hey, forget about this guy.
Oh man, no, but you could definitely have a great time there. Don't get me wrong. But if you're gonna stay in the Times Square area, you probably won't have such a good time.
I can't say that I got to see the World Trade Center.
Were you there during that time?
I was there in April 2001.
Oh, gotcha. I mean, that's way. I mean, I was a kid back then, so
in July.
I can't say what it was like back then. But I mean, I've been in the city area at that point, but I only really, because I'm from Staten Island. It's like a little suburb. It's a part of New York City, but not really at the same time. But I would go there, but it wasn't like now where I go to bars and things like that. But
you're a privileged white man, is what you're saying.
Perhaps.
Privilege.
But no, I mean, like if someone, for instance, you said you wanted to go now, I'd highly recommend it to check out. But to live, for me personally, it's a no. It's a big fucking no.
We're hosting next year Gun Channel's, alumni at the Waldorf, so we're all going.
To New York?
All the Waldorf Astoria, and Gio was just flipping the bill. We're good.
Well, look, if you come out to New York, you let me know where it's going to be. I'll try to schedule my being there. I'll show you a good time, but you'll be drunk most of the time and things like that. You'll eat real good. I can tell you that right now.
We'll go to Manny's Guitars. Go to that big Cajun place in Manhattan. Never mind.
I would recommend trying to stay away from if you're gonna get some good American barbecue. I'd probably do that in places other than New York.
I was gonna say it's like No said one time to me. It's like, Italian food, and I was like, yeah. I mean, I think I've had some decent Italian food. He's like, you ever been in New York? No, you never had Italian food. I was like, well, I'm not gonna argue that point. But I've had, I know this one place I go to. The owner's from Italy, and his name's Mazzi, and he's, it's a great place. But whatever.
No, I mean, I'll be honest with you, dude. I mean, my heritage, my background is Italian, but I seldom ever go out to eat Italian in New York. For me, it's normally Japanese, Korean, man, all kinds of stuff. Honestly, French, German, Ethiopian. Oh shit! There's literally any British.
What's Ethiopian like? That's like a bunch of eating with your hands and like pita bread.
Yeah, oh my god, it's amazing. It's so good. It's so it's like a very love-hate kind of thing. Like most people I've bought to Ethiopian places. I either love it or hate it, but it's unbelievably different. Like so yeah, you pretty much you get this, like, it almost looks like a tablecloth, but it's actually bread. It's like this flat sourdough bread, and you literally use it as the utensil, and you pick up the food with it and you eat it. It's, in my opinion, amazing, but not everyone agrees with that opinion.
And it's mostly vegetarian, or no?
They have a lot. The reason that people say it's very like vegan and vegetarian friendly is because they have a lot of options, but they do have meat as well, and it's really good stuff.
They always say, like, how do you can tell if your kid's a Guido?
How so?
You won't take the nipple unless it has hair on it.
Gotcha. But no, yeah, you can get all sorts of really good food down there. And there's lots of really cool places to hang out and stuff like that. I mean, I'm going back next week just to visit and see my friends and stuff like that and my family, and I'm really looking forward to going. But I'm looking forward to going for 4 days. You know what I'm saying?
See, the first Gun Channel's Junket, I think, should be in New Orleans. I fell in love with New Orleans when I was there. I love it.
If you want to experience like the true anti-gun like experience, New York should be it. It's almost like when you go on like a trip to just kind of like, oh, how do these people live, like to like feel bad for them kind of a thing. Like, go to New York and you'll see.
Go up to Cuomo and be the bodyguards and match guns with them.
No, I advise you to go to the one gun range, go to West Side Gun Range, and ask, be like, hey, can I see a Glock? And when they look at you, and they'd be like, do you have a license? No. Oh, you can't even touch a gun because that's the law. It's not their decision, but that's the law. You cannot even put your hands on a pistol if you do not have a license. And then go in there and just look at the price of ammunition. And then that'll be enough.
This little book, yeah, I have a license called the Constitution, motherfucker.
Yeah, no, they don't. We don't have that in New York. That does not exist there. But in terms of, like I said, in terms of also like, in terms of when they say everything's expensive and stuff like that, yes and no. If you know where to go, not so much. If you don't know where to go, you stick to like the touristy areas, yeah, you're gonna get fucking destroyed in terms of prices and stuff like that. Like I said, if you know your wife and stuff wants to go one day and you decide to go, I recommend it. Just don't, like I said, Times Square area and such like that. No, Do not. And trust me on one thing, no matter how many fucking times someone will tell you, like, oh, yeah, there's this really good restaurant. If it's in Times Square, there's a really, like, I would say 90-something% chance that it's not fucking good and it's really expensive. Do not go there.
You ever been somewhere where you visited and for whatever reason you had like feel like a homecoming?
I feel like what?
A homecoming.
When you say like you kind of like feel like I'm at home, you mean?
Like you were always there.
Yeah, kind of. I feel that way. I felt that way the first time, and kind of every time I go back to Reykjavik, Iceland. It's a very comfortable place, if that makes any sense.
Oh, it's nice. I never really travel like that, but that's cool.
No, yeah, it's awesome, man. You should go. You should totally go someday. It's a really. It feels that like I feel every city I've gone to has like some kind of little vibe to it, I guess. And the city of Reykjavik in Iceland has the vibe of kind of. It feels like home.
See,
That's
the
the
broad
best way to describe it.
I would like to that I'm still really want to venture one of these days are Ireland, Scotland.
Oh, yes, I've heard so many good things.
You know, Japan as well, and places and where my uncle lives in Spain as well.
Spain, I've heard, is amazing. Japan, I really want to go to, but my Japanese at this point isn't necessarily the best. And I want it to be better before I go.
You gotta remember this Nandeska konnichiwa.
Well, I mean, I could get around and I can have a conversation in Japanese without too much issue, but I want to be able to like properly hold my own in Japanese before I go to Japan.
He just said his mom's a whore. Okay.
But no, that's I mean, because I even spoke to friends of mine from the region and things like that, and they're all like, "Yeah, you can go without knowing Japanese." And then I'm like, but how's the experience if I go knowing Japanese?
You're still gonna be Aichi. You're still gonna be everywhere you go, but nevertheless.
Well, no, I asked and I said, how's the experience with me speaking versus being able to speak, very good Japanese versus not? And they're like, oh, it's a totally different experience. So I was like, I think I'll wait, maybe like a year or two until.
They're like, I love this Japan shirt is now $8 instead of $10. You speak good Japanese.
Yes. Yeah. Something like that, I guess.
Bucket list, the ultimate trip I want to go to, like vacation spot, is Polynesia, French Polynesia. Very nice, very nice.
Absolutely.
That's man. It's an atoll, which is a rising island. It's still half sunk, but still fucking cool as shit. And they're all bungalows, and it's filthy expensive. Because I think you have to go to Australia or Hawaii to take either one boat there to get there.
Yeah, I have a place like that too, actually. For me, I really want to go to Easter Island, and it's the same kind of thing. You have to go to Chile and then take a plane over to Easter Island.
Want to go South America? Mention one of these days. And do all that too, Latin America. But I'm going to take away their flag because they're ripping off Texas.
I was actually just over in Mexico City for work.
I've been there twice. Actually, 4 times. It's a big ass city because like if you're like you live in a decent metropolitan city, New York, whatever the fuck it is, it usually disappears within like 15 seconds when you're on a plane ride. When you leave a Mexico City, that thing takes like 15 minutes before you stop seeing homes. It's that fucking huge.
It is gigantic.
Yeah,
It is.
Seeing the plane and the housing spread approaching the mountain, and it's like it never ends for like 15 minutes. Like San Antonio, if I leave San Antonio Airport, like within 15 seconds, the city's gone. I'm in the sky, and that's it. When you leave Mexico City Airport or landing, it's like crazy. And then if you're landing into Mexico City, when I was coming from Acapulco, you see that volcano as about 30 minutes before you get there, and you're at 22,000 feet, and that volcano's still big, taller than you.
Wow.
That's fucking
That's
huge.
impressive.
Yeah.
That's very impressive. No, I was there that was my first time really in Latin America. Like Latin America proper was Mexico City. I had a blast. It was work, so it was like a limited blast, but it was still a lot of fun. For me, most of my pleasure travel as of right now is done in Europe. And yeah, I really enjoy it.
Yeah. The first time I was in Mexico City Airport, it was really dull. Like you just kind of sat there in these long hallways where you could smoke, and then it changed. And then the second time that was like in 2007. Then I went 2013, and it was like completely rebuilt, man. It's fucking like this stadium, almost airport, and
yeah, it is kind of like that.
I was walking through it, and they're like, "These guys, hey, join American Express Club." I have American Express Gold Card. Oh, well, you can go to the gold, to the club up there and hang out till your plane gets there. I'm like, really cool. I walk up, there's free beers. And
Yes, that's exactly what I did.
I was upstairs, fucking free beers, peanuts, wings, all kinds of shit they're giving me.
Free stuff. I enjoyed the hell out of that.
It wasn't free, I pay $150 a year for that fucking credit for that card, but I was like, yeah, this is when I finally get to use it to its advantage, and I was just there, and you can make phone calls, they have Wi-Fi and everything.
Yeah, for me, they have it on this. I have a credit card, and it's a part of that credit card. So when I was there, I just checked, do they have the lounge? And they were like, yep. And I went in, and free beer, free food. I was quite happy.
Crash out, they wake you up, so we wake you up in an hour and a half. Yeah, okay, we got you. Fair enough.
Yep. Good shit. That is good shit. But I probably should go because I have work in the morning. It was really good talking to all you guys, though. I very much enjoyed it.
Hold on, Smeggy's probably asleep already. Smeggy, are you asleep already? Yeah, so did you talk to Smeggy at all about your idea?
No, I didn't want to. I actually, what I asked today was how many people could fit in a room. So I want to put together basically a spreadsheet. So I found out it was 10. I want to put together a spreadsheet of like potential people who would want to, I guess, take a organizational role in the idea thing, and move forward that way, if that makes any sense. Yeah, good. But I also didn't want to talk too much about it tonight because I've been drinking a bit, and I don't necessarily know if it's appropriate. You know what I'm trying to say? I don't want to be.
It's just that Smeggy's definitely one of the guys that's going to be interested in that, I suspect. So, cool.
Gotcha. I'll keep that in mind.
You do it to get the master.
But yeah, I'm going to be putting together a couple of little, little spreadsheets over the weekend probably, and like some personal ideas that I have. Once I get a group of people together, I'll send that around, and then I'll have people input their ideas, and then maybe we could put it on like a share drive or something like that, and we could all sort of put our input into it and things like that. That's like my idea as of now.
Yeah, that's a great way to do it. Those things work out well for that.
Steel sheets. I don't like people steal the sheets.
Yeah, that's the idea as of now. Yeah, so I definitely have to go to sleep. But awesome talk, you guys, and I will catch you guys around soon.
Take it easy.
Have an awesome night, guys. Night.
Bob told me this deal with you up steals the sheets. How?
Did you watch The Communist earlier?
So
I had to tap out.
Too much stress listening to that guy?
Yeah, I was at work and I was like, I'm going to start screaming at my phone if I keep listening to this.
Yeah, I hear that. I don't know if it was productive or not. I mean, it's not like we have a lot of opportunity to talk to people with fucked up, crazy ass ideas. And he wasn't like perfect or nothing, but at least he was willing. So that's kind of look at that end of it, I guess. But yeah, it makes me definitely want to pursue like having somebody who's got a bunch of, I don't know, at least points. Because it didn't seem like, well, Matt probably just said, come on and talk. He didn't say like, come on and talk about XYZ. So that the guy could prepare anything at all. But it would be nice to talk to somebody who's willing to talk, because at least with that guy, it seemed like they didn't have much position other than, I don't like the way it is now, and this seems like an alternative way that would be better. Like,
Yeah, you know, I've had the opportunity to talk to several people that lived under communism, and none of them had anything good to say.
none of them fought for the positives of it or anything. Yeah.
Right.
Exactly. That's my experience, is people that are like, I fled there.
Yeah.
Here's why it sucks.
And the only people I've ever heard talk in favor of it is like American kids that never lived under communism.
Ah, good point. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, there's people that are inside that party that, you know, that favor from it until it eventually ends up blowing up in their face, because it never ends up well. It doesn't, because you know, they overthrew the Russian government or the Russian emperor to start the movement, only to become a party that was just a fucking state-driven, you know, community that only if you served the purpose you prospered, and with limited success. I mean, honestly, I think with Trump, I don't know why I feel this way, but I think they're probably gonna take out that dude in North Korea, and I don't think they're gonna do it like with a bomb or anything. They're gonna probably get some CIA people to fucking get that dude taken out.
Who, Kim Jong-un?
Yeah, because I think, man, there's quite a bit of people that work under him that are definitely afraid of him. That if they get somebody that's willing to work with the West a little bit, or not so,
Yeah.
to help themselves, helping him, because what do they get? What do they get for helping him? You know, jack shit. So I need, and that's what he's so. That's why that guy's so crazy more than the other ones. His kin before him is just that. I mean, he's really afraid of the fact that somebody will take him out. That's why he killed his uncle and his fucking half brother and his cousin and so on.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they're going to do it through like an official attack, but they're definitely probably work with the CIA, which is really good at, you know, getting somebody involved just to take them out.
There's a documentary I saw somewhere, and this guy got permission to go into North Korea and film, and like they like set up these like fake cities and stuff for like outsiders. So they say, yeah, everything's great here, and he's like noticing that like the storefronts are like not stores; they just like stuff, make it look like it's a store full of fresh food.
It's like an old cowboy town where the front end,
Yeah.
or like a Hollywood set where the front end is real and the back is just a bunch of scaffolding holding it
Well,
up.
Yeah, exactly. They had like fake Christian churches there and like all this crap.
Well, I saw the documentary you're talking about, and like they go to these hotels, and they're the only ones there. Like, there's
Yeah,
nobody there.
And he's not allowed to go anywhere without an escort.
Yeah, well,
like-
because they can't have anybody with what they call minders to keep them on task to what they can and can't do, and all this bullshit. But
And you go in like the subways and like the walls are just plastered with like anti-America propaganda. Just like it's crazy.
well, I mean, the grandfather, like Kim Jong, I forget what it was, Kim Jong Jun or whatever. I mean, that dude was revered. I think when he died, most people were like freaking out. I think it was sincere. When his son died, I think they were just like doing it because, of course, if you don't, you're gonna get probably executed.
Yeah.
And when this fuck now, almost certain they're just ready to somebody to fucking take him out and do it. And that's why I think that the CIA, when they were with some governments before, so I don't think it's that far off the scope to see him being clipped and just taken out, and then hopefully somebody within that regime will be more warm to the Western ideology of playing ball and getting food, for instance. And because, dude, those people are fucking starving to death in that country.
Oh yeah.
The famine is ridiculous, and the resources that Juche ideology were fuck the we can do it on our own, fuck the world.
Yeah.
It's
They spend all their money on their military.
Yeah, and then you see, like, when you see them do the military, all of them, like half the military has Mosins, and then the rest of them have AKs. Nothing wrong with the Mosin, but that's not what you call strategic. And I people, they're. And it's funny because I've been talking to people locally where I work. They're like, well, no, but they have the ability to launch nuclear missiles. Yeah, but they can't get them on past the sea.
Yeah. They don't have an Air Force either.
They can't hit us either. They can't hit us. The worst, the biggest problem with North Korea is that they'll start fucking motoring South Korea from the DMZ.
Yeah.
And they'll start laying bombs on them and fucking them up, and then we're going to get drawn in.
We sell. What do we sell this year? I want to say like a few hundred F-15 fuel pumps to South Korea this year. So South Korea's got jets.
What neck of the woods are you from?
What's that?
What neck of the woods are you from?
I'm from Ohio.
Oh, sorry to hear that. My buddy was there in Lebanon. He left Texas, gave his Texas card, moved to Lebanon, chased his skirt.
Ohio's not too bad. Could be worse.
I ain't fucking shoveling my goddamn driveway to go to work.
Me either. My neighbor's got a plow truck.
Oh, there you go. I ain't moved up there, man. That dude got fat.
I'd rather be cold than hot.
I agree with you for the most part, but I like the cold, but because I like dressing for winter. But I don't like dealing with that kind of cold where it changes things altogether. It's like that winter like 3 years ago. It didn't end until like fucking March.
Yeah, it just started warming up this week here.
Like those guys out in Canada, those guys still do chats with, man. There's a guy in Prince Edward Island called the PE, and man, his fucking whole car, like to the roof, is covered in snow. They have to dig it out. I don't get hit that bad.
I had like 2 years ago. I got 3 feet in 12 hours, but that was like the worst I can remember.
And those just got to dig out their car, heat it up, and then dig out the road to get back to their fucking, to the main road. Like, yeah, now I'm good. I've seen cars like in when those cold rains and the fucking come in behind a fucking really cold storm, and the fucking car gets frozen like in a city, and there's like fuck it, it's gonna stay here till March. Because all the panels are locked.
That's the worst when your locks freeze on your car.
I got a Honda that every now and then when it gets really cold, I have to pop out this little button, and I was on my way to work. It's like, dude, if I'm gonna fucking work, my fucking dickhead boss, give me some shit, dude. So I'm there, and I go grab my phone, fucking YouTube Honda 2007 Honda, the gear doesn't want to move. It's automatic, so I was like, okay, I looked it up. It's like, yeah, pull out this little deal, push a screwdriver down the bottom, and it'll work. There you go. And I keep that flathead screwdriver in my fucking car.
I used to have an 86 Cutlass, and I used to have to keep a hammer in my glove box to get it started.
My dad had an 84 Cutlass Calais, 82 of this Cutlass that was diesel. It sucked balls, so he finally converted it to a 350 GM engine, and that thing fucking was a tank, man. But when they put a 350 in there, 4-barrel, that thing screamed. He took off. It's funny to get a little old lady car, fucking 4-door Cutlass Calais. You're smoking people.
That's the best. I love sleepers.
Yeah. I mean, that car even had like old ladies like custom headrest pads on it.
The beads.
No, that's before beads. I'm talking like somebody went out of the way to make a design pattern for the headrest. Need to put some covers on it. Way before it's popular to do it now. They're handmade. Once I got pissed off my ex, man, when I was dating there, and I fucking punched all the steering wheel as far as I could, and I fucking locked the horn.
Very nice. That had to make the conversation all the more unstressful.
But that car, dude, it would take fucking.
Shut the horn off. It's not funny anymore. I can't. Stop running the horn. It's not funny.
Yeah. But that car, I remember I peel out and people like freaking out, like, oh shit, the fucking car has some balls on it. Now I never had diesel. Diesels fucking suck, man. Those GM or 80 diesels fucking suck, dude.
No, but what's cool is in the Oldsmobile 350 diesel, it is basically the same block as the gas 350 Oldsmobile, but it has thicker cylinder walls because of the high compression of diesel. So you can take a Oldsmobile 350 diesel, bore it 90 over, put a 425 crank in it, and modified Chevy 454 rods and 455 Olds pistons in it, and you have a 440 cubic inch small block.
I'll believe it, because I remember that car. My dad eventually covered two of the barrels to give to gas because it drank that much gas, man. Everywhere it went. That 4-barrel carburetor that had, and eventually covering two barrels on it. Because that thing, when you make it to San Antonio, with that almost empty.
Mine, like I used to go to school like an hour away, and I would drive that thing, and it would take me like a half a tank to get there and a half a tank to get back. Like,
That's what my dad's truck is. That fucking he has almost a 40-gallon tank in the son bitch, and it's a 5.6. And when I used to have a 5.9 Dodge, when I was with my old truck, 2001 Laramie, 5 with 285s on it. That thing, I thought drink gas. This truck needs more gas than that truck, and it's more modern too. It's an 05.
yeah, I had a 03S10. That thing only got 16.
Yeah, my wife would get pissed off. Why we always take my car when we run errands on the weekend? I go, and I told her once, I'll show you why. Let's go. You know, I was almost on E. Go to the pump, put $20 in, go run like errands not too far away from the house, and just I come back, I'm on E again. I'm like,
Gotta stop for gas again.
yeah, the fucking your Honda that gets, you know, I have a Honda too, not Accord, but at that time I didn't have one. That your Honda gets, we can run, you know, the same amount of gas. We can run all week on it.
How hard do you think it is to replace the entire brake system on a van?
Not too hard.
ABS module is no longer sold by GM or the aftermarket. No.
Which module?
The ABS module
Oh.
is you're sold. I guess
Yeah.
some poured the wrong kind of fluid into the brake system, so they ruined it, and they're selling this van. But if it's not possible to fix, then that's not much.
You could bypass the ABS.
Just put a whole different set, like a non-ABS brakes in it.
Yeah, you just take it out, run lines straight to the calipers. It's just like a solenoid setup that, you know, puts pressure in the lines like real fast, so that your wheels don't lock up in a skid. I hate ABS.
It basically pulses it no matter what you're doing to the brake pedal. It taps
Right,
it, just automatically taps it.
right. You just bypass all that.
It's just-
Let me ask you this: Do you guys do emissions testing there?
Yeah.
Well,
They do emissions, but it's not like a vehicle safety inspection where they like
Right.
check everything. So it's just emissions.
ours isn't a vehicle safety thing, but they won't test my car if the brake light's on.
Oh, yeah,
So
that would
I
be the yeah. If the lights on, and this
It's
is
like if you bypass the ABS, your brake light's going to be on. Now you could just pull the bulb out.
well, no,
and
but
it'll
if
be none the wiser.
What about a Toyota Sienna? Ain't worth anything?
Sienna.
Some sort of little minivan looking thing.
I don't really know anything about Siennas.
It's a
I guess it's
More
your
fitted.
average minivan, right?
yeah, but it's seized and forfeited. So probably drug runners or somebody were running it. Who the hell knows if it's any good?
Might have all kinds of cool hideaway stash places in it.
Yeah, exactly. You get pulled over for like having a broken taillight or something, and they're like,
Yeah.
"Huh, our dog is sniffing a lot of stuff in here."
Yeah.
Hey,
What are you doing with all this heroin?
and then I get arrested, and then it goes back to the auction, and somebody else buys it. They get arrested, it goes back to the auction. They get arrested, goes back.
Are you familiar with Hondas?
No.
Pants.
I know Hondas. Most
Let me
Hondas.
ask you. I got a 07 Accord, and I work around mechanics too, the business I'm running. But it started like about 4 months ago, where you just hear a bunch of road noise coming off the rear of the car.
Mhm.
And I looked it up, and a lot of people say it's the rear passenger side that typically ends up going bad on Hondas.
Was that wheel bearing?
Yeah, the brake hub assembly bearing.
Yeah.
And one of my I took it to the shop mechanics I work with, and they're like, dude, there's no like secondary, it takes about 2 minutes for it to warm up, and then or about a minute, and it warms up, and you start hearing it sounds like a propeller going on in the back.
Yeah.
But he was like, he's like one of the mechanics like, so dude, usually you're gonna have to give, like you jack it up and you pull the tire and you're gonna have to give and there's nothing there. And I was like, okay, cool. And I was like, well, try changing the tires out just to make sure. And I think so, but you know, I just bought these tires a year ago, like a year and a half ago.
Mm-hmm.
And last thing went in one section bad for whatever reason. What do you think? Do you think it's probably the hub assembly? Just out of general.
I mean, generally, like if you're getting like a rumbling noise from one corner of the car, it's usually a bearing.
Yeah.
I mean, you could have a busted belt in the tire, but usually you get some like vibration with that too. Like the car would kind of want to shimmy around.
Yeah, you don't get anything outside. And he even told me like he jacked it up and like pulled on it. I was like, there's nothing there, dude.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, he's like, I before you go, you know, get it repaired, have the tire swap. I'm gonna do that tomorrow.
It's worth a shot.
I mean, have rotated.
You get them rotated, see what happens. I mean, bearing can't be terribly expensive for that. It's no 7 Accord.
Yeah, it's like $100. And then my dad said, you know, help me out because I'm kind of short on bucks right now. I'll help you out with the payment on that shit. But it's like I usually get most of the guys to help me out with the repairs because they're pretty good. You know, these guys are all decent mechanics for the most part, but they know their shit.
Ever heard of a Chevrolet Uplander? It's like a little minivan.
Nope.
Mm-mm.
$500.
Little van?
But it's seized again, so and it's got pictures of rat poop in the engine. So I'm guessing rats in there chewing on everything.
Fuck that shit.
Yeah, but
I'll sell you a 2003 Chevy S10 for $500.
I'm almost thinking about going to a.
All it needs is an entire front end and a motor.
I was gonna say because you'd be like those S10 guys back in the late '90s. They would drop a 5.0 in there.
Mine's got the 4.3 liter and 5-speed.
I've heard that's what it's
But it's got blown head gaskets and a rod knock.
Those I remember a lot of dudes would get an S10 and they would drop a Ford 5.0 in there.
What does hydro locked mean?
It's like you get fluid in the cylinders.
Oh.
It's a done engine.
Yeah, it's screwed. You'll bend rods and valves and all kinds of stuff. It's a boat anchor.
That's why this one's $400.
It basically means he went to like a big ass fucking puddle or a huge water, and the valves were open when you did it, so the water went in there, and the engine tried to pump it out and hit the rods.
You can't compress water.
Hey, this thing's pretty cool. Asphalt zipper. What the fuck's an asphalt zipper?
So basically, that car is a shell.
That's a cop car. I don't know how much it takes to swap out an engine on a cop car. It's probably not too hard. $400 for a black and white.
It's a 4.6, right?
It's a 7, I think.
It's a lot of fiddly work.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like difficult. You just have to keep track of everything. Remember which bolts go where, which wires go where, all that stuff. Getting everything out of the way so you can pull the motor. That's the longest part of it.
Taking the motor out of the van looks like it's a doable thing because there's like you're saying, like there's X amount of things to keep track of, but the cop car looks like something like a frog's intestines or some shit. I can't even imagine how many wires.
Well, as long as you have the tools, you got that big ass jack to pull it out too. You know, all the shit.
I'm just looking at me.
I've seen them do it at work and off trucks, the white fleet, and they had to pull motor out.
What the fuck is this? So they're selling this fucking bus, like a school bus, full size one, for $100. Scrap only. Vehicle cannot be registered. Scrap only. And then they drill the fucking hole in the engine block. So that that's like some EPA rule. Like it says there's an EPA rule. Frame has been cut in half, and the engine has a big hole drilled in it, so you can't put it back together.
Why? I've seen school buses for sale before that
Yeah, no, it seems weird. But
I
it
was
says
gonna say,
large hole drilled in block per EPA rules. Oh, EPA grant. So there must be some. These must have been given to them.
Oh, okay. They turn in for tax credits or something.
Yeah. Damn, it's a shame. It's a really, really, really big bus. Actually, never seen a bus this big. Fuck, it's almost like you would expect it to bend in the middle. It's so fucking long. Never even seen one this big. Maybe they're not allowed to drive these things anymore. Maybe they fucking fall apart.
You should get a short bus.
it might be the state's provisions or whatever the system they have with it. If they're gonna be sold off, that they don't allow people to benefit from them.
That wouldn't be bad though. It's for $100. It's like I say, the biggest bus I've ever fucking seen. So, does it say how long it is? No. But anyway, that'd be good to like just drag someplace, take the wheels off, and use it as a giant shed for $100. Shit, it's cheaper than buying a shed.
Yeah.
Well, it's really popular now. People are buying those freight carts and using them for buildings.
What are you? Is this 1990s? Popular for a long time.
They're doing that shit really in Austin and a bunch of places. People are using them for offices and all kinds of shit now. And they're like 2,000 a cart.
I watched a show on this on like a fast food industry or whatever, and there was some. It was a Starbucks where they take 3 cargo containers, kind of stack them in a way, and then that's like their whole store, drive through and everything. Looks kind of cool. It's like a weird modern European building or something.
There was a bar we went to in Austin that had those like that. It was all freight carts, or what do they call them?
Containers.
Yeah, containers, and they were using them. The whole bar was made like that. Like 2,000 a pop. Well, I'm gonna bid you adieu. You guys have a good evening.
See.
You too.
Is Knives in here? No. Is he in here?
Yeah, Knives is in here.
So you gonna turn communist now?
Huh?
You got that red sash on. You're like 3/4 of the way there.
Oh, fuck that shit.
Be speaking Russian in no time.
Vodka.
Здравствуйте. Приятно познакомиться.
Now you lost me there.
Mother Russia, the chocolate gets you.
Chocolate.
What did somebody say in the chat earlier? It was in America, bread waits for you. In Russia, you wait for bread.
Yeah, I left for a while. Then I came back. Then I asked Matt, is it gone yet?
Damn, how much is that 64 right there? A little blue one on the right. It was up a couple. $56,000. Holy shit. If it was communist land, I would get my government issued bus or van. Damn, my friend had one when we were kids. I doubt he kept it, but it'd be great if he could sell it for thousands of dollars. Probably paid hundreds. saying that guy would be a good politician. Yeah, definitely just sidestepped everything and then blew off everything that was like actually asked him. Oh, well, that don't count.
That don't count. That's a cook state.
Yeah, they made that fact up. All right, well, I think that's the end of my emails, and I'm probably not going to get any replies tonight, so I think I'm going to head out as well.
Have a good one.
Big game.
Good. Now, who's in here? Pink? Too hotty?
Yo,
How you been, man?
good man. How are you?
Still here.
I hear you. Same old fucking shit, huh?
Were you in that chat?
Yeah, I was in there.
Patch, what you like about the chat?
I had to tap out early. I couldn't take it.
Yeah, I tapped out too. Then I came back in. I asked Matt, is it okay to come out?
I was at work. I was like, I can't handle this right now.
It was pissing me off.
I was muted. I was chuckling the whole time, basically.
Go to North Korea. Everybody's doing fine over there. They don't live in huts.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful over there.
Venezuela's doing great too.
Not right now.
One of the most resource-rich countries on the planet, and nobody can afford like eggs and bread.
Yeah, they seem to be having trouble feeding the citizens in both of those countries, huh?
But the quote democratically elected president's doing well.
I bet.
Yo, man, they should have threw Raphael up in that chat.
Oh, he would have been a good one to have in there.
Yeah. What about DV?
I would have paid. I would have paid to see that.
I wonder what Flippy would do.
That would have been funny too.
Oh, funny as fuck. Make his fucking head explode.
I think Flippy probably would have got under his skin. He's pretty good at that.
Fuck yeah, dude. Oh, DB would have been better, dude. It'd be like that third party chat.
Oh yeah.
Should got like Ben Shapiro in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just funny when you have someone like that and they're full of nothing but alternative facts, and when you bring up real history and whatnot, they're just blow it off. Yep, that's just bastardized history you guys have been brainwashed with. It's just like, all right, dude.
Was he 2A yet?
He's a gun guy. That's why he watches Matt's shit.
How the fuck he got up in there, dude?
I don't know. I think he commented on Matt's video about them brown beret fuckers or the brown shirts or whatever the hell they are. I think Matt was talking with him on Facebook or YouTube or some shit.
Dude, I just hopped on the chat all late. Then I started hearing this shit. I'm like, oh, this is gonna be fucking bad. Motherfucker sounded like PBR's brother.
No.
Yeah.
No.
PBR's communist brother.
Okay.
Trust me, he did. I'm gonna try to change your mind, Too Hottie.
PBR makes way more sense than that dude, though.
Yeah, that's PBR's brother. You got a good brother, then you got a bad brother. Yeah, is it me or everybody want to kick that fool's ass by there in the chat? Yeah, too hot. He left.
Yeah, like I said, I
Not really. I mean,
came into it and then I was like, I'm out. Then I came back and I was like, nope, I'm out.
we were being civil. I mean,
A bunch of sheepdog around the wolf.
say it again.
A bunch of sheepdogs around the wolf.
One more time. I just had an alarm go off.
A bunch of sheepdog and a wolf and one wolf.
Yeah. I don't know.
I thought you was gonna tell a story. That's why I was on it. Part 4.
You thought that was Rock Humper?
No, I thought Rock Humper was gonna tell the story. I thought the Rock Humper had another story.
He did send that part 5. That's coming Monday, I guess.
Should be better get good. The last one wasn't that good.
Yeah, I forget what the last one was about. When Matt reads those, he's going to start reading the one that was just prior to it and then follow up with the new one.
Yeah, it's better off.
There was like 3 shootings within 10 miles of here last night. Must have been that full moon.
It's a full moon right now.
No, it was full moon last night, dude. It's not full 2 nights in a row. I heard one of them last night about midnight. I read the article today, and I guess they caught dude with a couple pistols and an AK, and pretty sure I was hearing the AK last night.
Hey, too hot. Are you still reloading?
I haven't been lately. Once this weather starts getting better, I'll start back up again. I don't have a load figured out, so I don't want to make up a bunch and then without being able to go out and test them. I drove up to the mountains yesterday and shit, there's still so much fucking snow up there, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm bound, dude. I gotta wake up Brady tomorrow. I gotta go get my contacts.
All right, on.
Night, too hotty.
Best
Night,
of luck
Pants.
with that.
See you
All
later.
right, man. Y'all take care.
You too.
You too.
Shit, I think I'm out of here too, Pants.
All right, man.
You have a good one, man.
You too.
Thanks.